mass deployment of batteries that we've seen around the world, the Kingdom is actually one of the leading places for this technology and deploying it. So I'll look at the Saudi Arabia sort of total market view, and then specifically also what we're looking at inside NEOM as well. If we have time, depending, of course, because I can also answer questions instead, but I've got a little section on battery myth busting, because when people think about lithium-ion batteries, they often come up with certain, shall we say, objections, right? Can you recycle them? Is there enough lithium? Can you make these a circular, clean technology? So if we have time, I'll cover that as well. So first of all, maybe just to ask by a show of hands, who's familiar with NEOM already? No one? I know that's not true. Yeah, I think I don't need to spend maybe as long as I normally would explaining this part of the presentation, because in the Kingdom, I think NEOM as a project is very well known, right? So we're a region in northwest Saudi Arabia, about the size of Belgium, and most people know NEOM for the line, right? The idea of redefining the future of livability, a city that takes a fraction of the land footprint of a conventional city, and therefore leaving most of the region available for nature. And this is, of course, a very important part of what NEOM is, but NEOM is not the line, right? The line is one of NEOM's many infrastructure projects. So you could describe NEOM as the largest sustainable infrastructure project in the world. And there are a number of other components. So Sindala actually is the first one to have opened. That opened in October. So it's already available to visit. So working in the coastal region, essentially, for the beautiful islands, the coral reefs that we have in this region. This is the first one you can visit. Trojena is currently being worked on, right? So this is the idea of a year-round destination, and it's hosting the Asian Winter Games in 2029. So this is one of the next projects that's also going to open. And then we have a lot of other, essentially, resorts, gated communities, part of the future, again, of living in this development along the Gulf of Aqaba, Magna. Largest in terms of demand, particularly in the near term, is driven by Oxagon, though. This is the industrial city. It's on the coast of the Red Sea, and essentially 13% of world trade passes this route. So this is a great place for pioneering clean technologies, future industries, and exporting it to the rest of the world. However, the bit of the project that I'm involved in is to do with powering it all by renewable energy. So NEOM is 100%, will be 100% renewable powered. And that is not an easy task. It would be the first at-scale 100% renewable energy system in the world. So I'll talk a little bit about how we're planning to achieve it. So the part of NEOM that I'm working in is called Enoa, which is essentially the energy and water company of NEOM. So we're responsible for building this 100% renewable grid. We're also responsible for providing water. So this is things like desalination and the distribution of water network in a sustainable way. And we're also, and I will talk about this a little bit later, involved in green hydrogen. So you may or may not know that NEOM is also the home and is constructing the world's largest green hydrogen project at the moment, a 2 gigawatt electrolyzer. So this is a magnitude, order of magnitude larger than anything else in the world. So again, using clean renewable energy to produce a storable and a dispatchable fuel. So that's the big picture, and that's also energy. But my role specifically in Enoa and the energy side is working on energy storage, right, which is the enabler of the renewable energy we want to deploy. So I'm going to talk a little bit about batteries as a technology and how they've evolved over the last 15 years, because I'm sure everyone is, of course, familiar with the idea of the battery, right? The sort of cylindrical cell you put in a TV remote, or you have in your phone and laptop. We're all probably carrying multiple batteries on us as we speak. But the technology for grid-scale applications, so for building very large-scale battery storage, is relatively new. I mean, the lithium-ion battery, which is the technology that's mostly being deployed on the grid, sort of first put into commercial use for things like Sony camcorders and things in the 90s. It was invented by John Goodenough, who actually won the Nobel Prize for his work. But you can see how quickly the costs have come down, right? Since the 90s, it's almost 100%, 99% cost decline in the technology. It's huge. So the graph on the left isn't actually very helpful. You have to look at the graph on the right to understand the picture. So putting it logarithmically, so multiples of 10 and 100 and 1,000 and so on, of how the costs are actually falling. And what you can see is basically for every doubling of battery volume that's produced, you see roughly a 20 to 30% decline in the cost. And if you look at the more recent data points, actually in the past decade or so, it's been getting faster. So batteries are getting cheaper and cheaper, faster and faster. The cheaper they get, the more useful things you can do with them. And this is a very positive set of feedback loops, because we're starting to see, as the batteries get cheaper, you can deploy longer and longer duration systems, which means you're deploying these longer duration systems, which is driving more cost reductions. So this trend has been really important, and actually electric vehicles as well, right? So we're not just using batteries for consumer electronics anymore, or on the electricity grid, but the largest driver of these cost declines has been the move towards electrification. So that's one important trend. And if you then look at it in the grid scale storage context, it's a relatively new technology, you could argue, right? It's only been around since around the very, very first projects deployed in terms of piloting were maybe around 2006. I've picked this example from 2009 just because it's a very neat way of demonstrating. You can see this is a very remote substation in the Atacama Desert in Chile. And you can see a very small duration, so 12 megawatt battery, 3 megawatt hours. So if you divide the 3 by the 12, basically it's a 20-minute battery. Doesn't hold its power for very long. And that is because back in 2009, if we come back to the previous slide, the costs were much higher. So deploying longer duration systems was, economically not possible. But now, as the costs have fallen, this is the same location, and a huge solar project has been built next to it. What you can see up here, this is the same battery storage facility as here as originally there, but now in 2023, where this project was completed, it's distributed, but these are the batteries basically around this solar farm, and you can see the change, right? 3 megawatt hours to 560. And now routinely we're getting into gigawatt hours of battery projects. If you look at all the ones when I come to Saudi Arabia a little bit later, you'll see that they're in the thousands of megawatt hours that are now being deployed for helping basically integrate renewables to the grid. So cost is one driver, but at the same time we're seeing improvements on other fronts as well with the technology. So this is a project I was involved in only 5 years ago, and you can see the technology again, how quickly it's evolving in the time. So 40 feet containers full of essentially NMC, nickel, manganese, cobalt batteries. And these are the kind of batteries that are typically more energy dense. You can pack more into a container. And at the time, you could get about 3.3 megawatt hours into one of these 40 feet containers. The current generation, this is just sort of one example, there are many, many products of this sort of type on the right-hand side, are in half the footprint, giving you double the capacity. Now, where else in the world do you see this kind of learning rate, that in 5 years, you've quadrupled your energy density, whilst the cost has also fallen 99% over the last number of years, right? It's very significant, and this is not a one-off, right? The trend we keep seeing, right? As this technology curve keeps evolving and improving, it's very similar to solar, and that is why solar and batteries are pairing so well, right? They're both technologies, they're not fuels, which means you can standardize, mass produce, improve your yield, reduce the cost through R&D. And finally, density, whilst it's a function of cost in some way as well, right? More energy dense means you need less foundations, less cables, less things to connect these systems up. The other aspect that's quite important is how long are they going to last? So this is already also one of the common objections or common misconceptions I hear about batteries, that, oh, they only last 5 years or 10 years, or we're used to the phones in our pockets, maybe, they last 2 or 3 years. Firstly, different technology, right? When we say lithium-ion batteries, there are many types. So the batteries in our phones are, of course, designed for safety, a very, very high level of safety, but second, for energy density, and third, for cost. For grid-scale storage, we care about lifetime, because I mean, even in electric cars, the cycle life isn't so important because the car will generally be limited by the other components in the system, or how long you want to own a car before you maybe upgrade. In grid-scale storage, we're expecting it to last as long as possible. So again, in the last 5 years, you've seen what the cycle life is basically, right? Charging and discharging the battery. How many times can you do that before it needs to be recycled or replaced? And you see this evolution again. There's almost a doubling now with the new generation of technology in how many cycles these batteries can do. And that means they can last comfortably 20, 25 years. What's very interesting to me, and we'll get into it again when we get to NEOM, is we're building longer and longer duration systems over time. If you have an 8-hour battery, it takes you actually much longer to charge it up and discharge it down. It's actually not possible to cycle it as much as a shorter duration battery. So this is also a very positive feedback loop, because the 15,000 cycles for an 8-hour battery lasts you 40 years. It doesn't last you 20 years. So this infrastructure lasts longer and longer, and that improves the investment economics as well. So these are all very powerful forces when you pull them all together, right? The costs precipitously falling, but not only is it getting cheaper, faster, and faster, it's getting more energy dense, and the performance, its cycle life is improving. And if you combine all three together, you find probably a bit of a reason why we're underestimating how quickly this technology is transforming the way we power the world. So what you can see here on these graphs are, on the one side, gigawatts, the other side, gigawatt hours, right? So the power that a battery can discharge at and how much energy capacity it has, so to speak, in the fuel tank. And you can see the predictions, basically the analysts, and I'm picking on Bloomberg New Energy Finance here. They're one of the industry analysts that look at this space. How much they've predicted would be deployed each year into the future. And what you can see is basically every year, or now even they've gone twice a year, they're upgrading their forecast, up, 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 up. So back in 2017, by 2030, we thought there would be 200, 250 maybe gigawatt hours of batteries in the world. Now in 2024, we think there's going to be 2.5 terawatt hours. Again, 10 times higher than was predicted just a few years ago because of these feedback loops. So that's the context, essentially, on which I now want to get into talking about how battery storage is helping energy grids. And if you look at the global picture, first of all, you'll see there are basically two challenges we need to solve if we're working our way towards net zero or 100% renewable energy. All right, so one challenge is probably the one that's more obvious and intuitive to everyone, and that is the balancing challenge, right? The sun doesn't shine at night, so we need to, if we're going to run a system on solar power, to store the energy at night and move it to day. So that's quite an obvious one. But then you also have another aspect of balancing, which is, another aspect of balancing, which is to do with ramping, right? So if you imagine the sunrise in the morning and sun setting in the evening, or wind, it's intermittent in its output, these changes can be very fast. And conventional fossil fuel power plants are actually not very well able to deal with these swings, right? If you need to change your power output from a gas turbine, you can't do it very quickly. It takes minutes. It doesn't take seconds. And this solar drop-off is very steep. The sun sets in minutes, not in hours. So what that means, if you don't have a technology like battery storage, which can respond like this and really balance it, is you have to pay to turn off and not use free zero-carbon energy from wind and solar, just so you can balance the grid with your gas plants. So there's a huge opportunity cost there already, because you're paying not to use zero-carbon energy and instead paying to use fossil fuels to balance the grid. So batteries have a really important role in solving both that balancing challenge and that ramping challenge on the one side. But then when you get into real-time operations of the grid, there's a real stability issue as well. So there are challenges if you have an electricity system that's built on solar and wind, they don't have what's called inertia. There's no thermal inertia on the electricity system that keeps things balanced if something, for instance, fails, like a power line goes off or there's a fault and something trips. supply and demand have to balance at all times, and the lights stay on. If you have a trip and it's not balanced and you don't deal with the stability, it's pretty much a blackout. Or you have to load shed, right? You have to force a section of the power grid offline. So no one wants that, right? It's economically unproductive, undesirable, and we generally associate it, right, with immature power grids, right? Less developed energy systems. So stability is also a really important challenge to solve. And without the inertia of thermal power stations, you have to find an alternative to provide that source. And again, batteries, aside from providing the balancing, they use inverters, which basically convert the power from the batteries into AC power on the grid. And there are essentially something called grid-forming technologies in this inverter class that let you solve these challenges. So you can basically replace the role that thermal power stations provide using your battery storage instead. So these are the problems, and essentially battery storage is a large part of the solution. Now, if you look at the factors that make it an attractive technology for power grids around the world, there are really kind of 4 groups. So one, it's a mature technology, and you might think that's a surprising thing for me to say when I said it's only been around on the power grid for 15 years. But actually, the largest source of energy storage that we have on electricity systems today is pumped hydro, right? It's storing water in a reservoir, running it down a mountain to generate electricity, and then when you have the excess electricity, like solar in the day, you can pump the water back up the top of the mountain. And we're doing this in NEOM as well. I'll get into that. But the point I want to make is everyone agrees this is a very mature technology that's been around a long time. But batteries have actually overtaken pumped hydro in installed capacity, or are projected to do so by next year. So if that's your measure of maturity, it is the most deployed energy storage technology by megawatts. The second is it's very versatile. There are other storage technologies, but most of them have limitations of one sort or another. So if I use the pumped hydro again, it needs a mountain, right? You need this height difference. You can't build it without it. Whereas batteries, you can basically deploy one container at a office building, or you can build a huge project like this anywhere, right, in the desert, in any location. So you're not locationally restricted as you might be with another technology. You've got similar other technologies here. It's maybe not very clear to see, right? Compressed air storage, again, right, you need really underground caverns or something like this. So the geographic versatility is very helpful, as is the use case flexibility. So again, this grid stability being able to be addressed, not just the balancing. If you look at one of the other big advantages, it's speed. Many other technologies take a long time to permit, develop, and deploy, right? Typically 6 or 7 years, right, for something like a thermal power station or a pumped hydro project, because these are big, big infrastructure projects with lots of environmental topics to essentially address and cover and mitigate before they get built. Lithium ion, on the other hand, because it's sort of a technology that's factory built and it's really quite plug and play in the field, you can build very quickly. And you can see that here, right? This is one of the examples I wanted to start talking about in the kingdom. There's a 2.6 gigawatt hour battery. I mean, this is huge. You can kind of see the scale in the rendering here. And this is being deployed from contract signed to commercial operations in under 12 months in the kingdom. So it shows you that you can build at scale extremely quickly, which is again important because we want to decarbonize fast, right? We can't afford to wait a very long time to deploy these technologies. Otherwise, you can't add solar and wind without coming into these challenges. And the last one is obviously the competitiveness. So I don't want you to have the impression that lithium ion is the only thing you need. It's the only storage technology. But for anything, let's call it daily storage, right? We need, for solar to be what we call base load, right, shifted around the clock to provide energy from just batteries and solar power, you need about 8 to 10 hours duration. And lithium-ion batteries are competitive at this point today, or will be in the next few years. They're not competitive for 12 hours, 14 hours, 24 hours, right? So if you're dealing with multi-day storage problems, and we do have to deal with those as well, you have to think about other technologies and other solutions. This is especially the case in places like Europe, where the solar profile is less predictable than here in the Gulf region. Here, because there's very consistently good sunshine, you actually really can build a renewable energy system more or less with just solar and batteries. But if you're getting into multi-day seasonal storage, there's another technology or technologies that you will need. So what are these batteries being used for? Well, I talked about the use cases a little bit earlier, but this shows you some of the trend of the evolution for grid-scale storage. So what you can actually see is, particularly in the earlier days, and I went back to 2009 when I showed you the chart earlier, but this portion you could probably continue to look up. In the late 2000s, the bottom one here, ancillary services, was the largest group, because solving the stability challenge doesn't need very long duration technology. And the energy balancing one was not affordable, right? You couldn't get a large amount of batteries onto the grid in an affordable way. But this is changing, and you can see it's changing quite quickly, that as the costs are coming down, more and more battery storage is being used to shift, again, renewables, day to night. And then you're also seeing this transmission and distribution use cases growing. This one I'll get into in a second, because I have a separate slide that essentially illustrates the point better, what we mean by this. But it's a very, very exciting one, actually. I think this is the coolest part of what we're seeing. So again, globally, where are we at now? Well, if you look at the latest projections, it's saying globally, you can see kind of all the countries we have. In terms of battery storage deployment, China and the US leading in the world at the moment, and that's projected to stay the same. And we get to close to, is it 1,700 megawatts of batteries by 2030 is expected here. But the thing I want to draw your attention to, particularly for the young Saudis in the room, why it's such an exciting space to work in, especially here in the kingdom, is if you look at what the analysts are saying about MENA, so not just KSA, but the whole of MENA, they're saying 23 gigawatt hours here by 2035. And I'm here to challenge that. That's wrong. It's flat out not correct. Because if you look at what's happening in the kingdom already, and these are all public domain, you have the references that you can go and follow up on all these projects. Under Vision 2030, kingdom, it needs to get to 50% renewable energy by 2030. That can't be done without a huge amount of energy storage as well. So there's a lot of solar being built out. In terms of what's operational in construction already, in NEOM, we are, as I said, I'd come back to this, building a green hydrogen project, and as part of that, it has wind and solar only supplying it. And again, you can't run that without energy storage. So there's a 600 megawatt hour battery as part of this green hydrogen project. Just down the coast from us in NEOM, there's a couple of Red Sea Global projects. I think Red Sea Global are here as well. So you can ask them about it. But there is an operational project already that's 1.3 gigawatt hours, and another one in construction in Amala. Saudi Electric Company have 4 more projects, a bit like the one I showed at Bisha on the earlier side, in construction already. 5 more of a similar size in tendering at the moment. And then SPPC, the Saudi Power Procurement Company, is tendering another 8 gigawatt hours, another 4 projects of this scale as we speak. There's an RFP out, and then there's more planned out to 2030. So add all this up. The previous slide, as I said, if I jump back, 23 gigawatt hours by 2035. We're at 13 gigawatt hours in operation and construction already, and with what's in tender, another 20.5, right? So already today, compared to 2035. So this is a hugely exciting space, and that's kind of my main message. If there's one takeaway today, it's really the kingdom is, with these numbers, number 3 in the world for battery storage deployment already, right? Just behind China and the US. And I don't think that's really on the radar. So just to show you a couple of pictures, because I think showing numbers is one thing, but showing that they're actually happening, I think is kind of helpful as well. The top one, number 2 here, is at Oxagon. This is the green hydrogen one. I flew over this last month, so I took a picture from the plane. So you can kind of see the progress that's happening there. The Red Sea one that I mentioned is already operational. You can see here. And this is just to give you an idea, because again, I don't think in many people's minds the scale is really that clear when we talk about batteries. So these huge batteries, they look like they take up a lot of land, but if you compare it to the solar, it's actually a very small footprint. It's not very large. And you can see some of these other massive projects in construction and progress as well. So this is all happening very rapidly. And yeah, I think they're going to be proud of what it's doing and how quickly it's doing it under Vision 2030. So the final straight is, what are we doing in NEOM? Right, NEOM has an excellent profile for building a 100% renewable system, because not only do we have a great solar resort, it's one of the windiest parts of the kingdom. In fact, in the world, if you look at places which are both having this high solar radiation, my pointer has stopped working, and high wind speeds, NEOM is one of the few places in the world that has both. And that's very complementary, because it tends to be windy at night when the sun is setting, and in the morning, right? You've probably experienced this, right? The wind is stronger when the solar is not there. And it's also very complementary, because if you don't have much solar resource, say because of a sandstorm blocking out the sun, you have wind. So you have this natural resilience and pairing of these two technologies. But on their own, without storage, you can't get to this 100%. So that's why we still need batteries. But I mentioned as well, we're not just doing batteries. We're looking at, in the near term, sort of 2 to 4 hour battery systems to help this first set of stability challenges, ramping challenges inside NEOM. Over time, we start to need 8 and 10 hour storage as well for this bulk shifting of solar power. But we also need this longer duration piece, like I mentioned, right? So we're working, other team inside NOAA, on large-scale pumped hydro. So really for 10 plus hours, this resiliency piece, we're building a pumped hydro project, the world's largest closed-looped pumped hydro project in the mountains of NEOM, which give us quite a good height difference between the technologies. And that produces a relatively competitive cost. And it's, again, a very mature technology class. And finally, we have the interconnectors as well, right? So we have green fuels that we can potentially use for gas turbines, things like green hydrogen, and we have the long-term security through those interconnectors if we need to, right, to build a net renewable system. So I'm down to my last couple of minutes, so I think unless we want to talk about it in the myth-busting section, I'll leave it to Q&A. The last thing I want to leave you with is this transmission piece, which I mentioned a few topics ago. So energy shifting, hopefully clear. Grid stability, I know it's maybe a harder concept to grasp, but again, it's a very clear use case for batteries. This one, to me, is the most exciting because it drives by far one of the biggest deployments of battery storage. And it's essentially using batteries to optimize the transmission and distribution lines. In most places in the world, you have a transmission grid already, so there's not much you can do about it. You have to adapt with what you have. In NEOM, we have a blank slate. We can build the transmission lines thinking about storage up front, and that's one of the most exciting things to me, because if you build, let's say, a 6 gigawatt solar project, for instance, this is the typical profile, so you need a 6 gigawatt transmission line to carry that from the solar project to your load centers. But there's a better way of doing it, which is, instead of building, because these transmission lines are very, very expensive, and of course have visual impact, people prefer them to be undergrounded, which is even more expensive still. So if you want to avoid that or reduce it, you can use battery storage. And we've done the numbers on this already, right? If you, instead of building a 6 gigawatt transmission line, build a 2 gigawatt line and use a 4 gigawatt 8-hour battery, so long duration storage to shift it, you end up with more like a baseload profile. So instead of these lines being used part of the time, you end up with 100% utilization of the line and a much, much lower cost of operation. So this is one of the biggest drivers in the long term if we think about the end state for where NEOM is going to get to, powering the line and all the other assets once they're built. And this is the one I would say is one to watch if you're interested in this space. So I think I'm at time. I'll stop there, and thank you for your interest and engagement. If you have any questions and the organizers say we can take them, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
For the questions.
We have one there.
Any questions?
There's someone there. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. So it seems it was very insightful. So you mentioned about a lot of the battery storage for these massive projects for the kingdom. How about for the deployment within the city for some of the projects on a smaller scale that might pose issues for the grid? So I know that the country's imposed limits, like for self-consumption purposes, for some of the
Yeah.
buildings between, I think it was like 2 megawatts to 30 megawatts or something like that. How do you navigate that with battery storage? Because I know that's been brought up as a concern of overwhelming the grid if you have multiple projects within the city that feed in.
Yeah, good question. So I don't personally work on the what we'd call behind the meter storage, but that is also looked at. So I kind of talked about the supply side flexibility strategy here. There is also a demand side flexibility strategy, and that is changing demand to meet supply. You can do that with batteries, or you can also do it in other ways. So in Oxygen, for instance, because we're building again, right, it's this fresh slate opportunity. You're building the manufacturing facilities sort of in a co-designed way from the beginning. That lets you embed into your process flexibility, which lets you change your demand to meet supply, so to speak. But you can also do it with batteries. That's a technology that can also help, but it's not necessarily your first port of call. So there are other teams looking at that as well as other technologies. The Lion in particular, for instance, I know because of the height, right, 500 meters, is a good place to look at small-scale gravity storage as well, right? So it's not necessarily just lithium-ion batteries that are being looked at for the Lion or for these other assets. So hopefully that answers your question, but we can chat more about afterwards if you want. Okay, anyone else? No? Okay. Well, in that case, thank you very much, and I'm sure the next speaker will be along with you shortly. In half an hour, okay. Well, in that case, I'm around for half an hour if you want to chat to me afterwards if you're too shy to ask me a question on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining our session today. It is day 10 of COP. It is Finance Day. And for that, we are going to talk today about scaling up financing and private sector participation so we can move from land degradation to land stewardship. What we will do today is a 5-minute discussion presentation from my side. I'll try to keep it short, not too long. And after that, we have our panelists that will talk with us about how we can scale up financing and private sector participation. So it's day 10 of COP. I think by now you know these statistics. The land is degrading fast. Up to 40% is already degraded. 100 million hectares is lost annually. That is, the size of Egypt. In 2 years, that is the size of Saudi Arabia being lost annually. So it is a big problem that has impacts on our food security, impacts on biodiversity, impacts on climate. 24% of greenhouse gases emissions are due to devegetation, so they are linked to land issues. Big problems on society. 3.2 billion people are impacted. We see more conflicts, more trouble whenever land is degrading. And obviously, big impact on the economy. 10% of annual GDP is linked to land losses. That is $11 trillion roughly. What needs to happen, because we don't want to focus too much on the problems, we want to focus a bit more on the solutions. And there are a number of solutions. We are only talking today about financing and private sector engagement. However, it's important to highlight all the other things that are needed. More regulatory and governance solutions are required to handle, for example, land tenure. And land tenure, we know it's a big problem globally. More work on the measurement, reporting, because today we don't have the needed tools that we see in climate, for example, for projections, for modeling, for developing scenarios for the future. Land does not have the same. For reporting, and we see companies in discussions, and the Business for Land initiative was recently launched during this COP, and when we discuss with companies, we hear them saying, we don't know how to report on our land impact, we don't know how to measure impact of the land degradation on our businesses. So more is needed on the reporting level, more needed on the knowledge and capabilities, on research and development, innovation, capacity development. These are quite important aspects. And I would say a lot more is needed on advocacy and awareness. We need land champions, the same way we have climate champions and biodiversity champions. Today, we're going to focus on the financing and private sector participation. And to give you an overall view, when we look at what is needed to meet the 1.5-degree limit on global warming, when we think of how to meet 30% of land being protected, as well as reaching the land degradation neutrality by 2030, from a NBS, from nature-based solution, we need a total of 540 billion. Today, we are only 1/3 of that covered, and we have a big gap in financing. And when we look at what we have already, we see only a small part in green, that is the private sector contribution, which is barely 20% of the financing that is available. So the private sector has a lot more to give, and we have a big gap to fill. However, why is the private sector not really heavily engaged in tackling land issues? There are 3 big buckets. First, access to green financing, and I will deep dive in this shortly. We have a problem of bankable business models. There are no easy business models that are available for the private sector. And today, the subsidies and the fiscal policies are not always geared towards giving benefit for nature. In fact, we see 10 times more negative subsidies on land. For example, subsidies on the use of water, fuel, fertilizers that actually degrade land instead of pushing in towards stewardship and restoration. So to deep dive a bit on the access to green finance, and we know green finance is already facing a shortage. So when we look even at that small pool of available green finance, we see that only 3% of climate finance is going into agriculture and forestry and fisheries activities. 5% of green bonds went into land-specific aspects. So when we look at The big funds globally, the Global Environment Facility, GEF8, had only 12% allocated to land issues. The Green Climate Fund of 13 billion had only 13% allocated to forest and land use. The Global Innovation Fund has a higher percentage, but it's a much smaller fund. It's only 100 million USD. And one of the early, or one of the few land-dedicated funds, that's the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, that is obviously focused specifically on land, but it's $200 million, so it's not a big fund and not in billions. Two quick slides, and I will end, and I will start our panel. When we talk to the private sector, what do they tell us? What are the big problems? Land requires, it has an inherent risk because you are putting a lot of upfront investment, and the risk return is not always clear. So private sector look at it as a risky business. It's also a long investment horizon, so they have to put a lot of money today, and they have to get that money back over a long period of years, so that's risky for them. Small investment size and engaging the small farmers is very important. However, for big banks and big financial institutions, that means they need to work with many stakeholders, and that leads us to the high search cost, because always financial institutions prefer to work with one big client, one big agriculture firm, one big industry, rather than small farmers. However, that will not yield all the returns and will not yield all the impact on land improvement that we seek. And finally, this is a relatively new area, which means there isn't a lot of track record in this space. But to spin it a bit more positively, what is being done today, because the ship a bit has sailed on working on land, we need to innovate on improved measurement of ecosystem returns. We need to understand that land is actually important for us and get a view on the return of the land. There is a need, and it's already happening, to develop innovative financial mechanisms, blended financing, guarantees, credit offsets, and insurance. Insurance is particularly a big topic for land. We need to look at repurposing subsidies and incentives, and we need to build and leverage more collaborative platforms, and COP16 is a great platform today that is bringing public sector, private sector. This is the first time a UNCCD COP has a green zone and has more discussions than the negotiation-focused ones. And for this, I would like you to welcome the panelists that will discuss with us today these topics. We have Luc Nakaja. He's the former UNCCD Executive Secretary and former Environment Minister of Benin. We have Hashim Al-Fawaz, Senior Vice President of Economic Affairs of the Saudi Environment Fund, and Willem Verweda, who's the founder of Common Land, that is quite involved in land restoration activities. Please join me in welcoming the panelists. Thank you for joining us. Luc, let's start with you. You have quite a bit of experience in UNCCD COPs, and I'm keen to hear your perspective. UNCCD, this COP closes in a few days. A lot of momentum, a lot of activity, a lot of buzz. Do you think we finally have land on the spotlight, similar to climate and biodiversity? Are we on track to tackle land degradation?
I see increasing political will. I see increasing interest, and I'm grateful to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this COP and bringing a lot of weight behind the issue. But we are not yet where we should be, especially in achieving land degradation neutrality by 2030. I took a picture of your slides regarding the issue of the private sector. It's all about being biased. We have been so used by taking the land for granted. We mine the land, we mine its productivity, we mine the carbon in it, and we take it for granted. That is why when you say it is high risk, but when you go for, let's say, any monocropping, that's what you're doing. You are mining the land, not taking into consideration that you need to bring back what you have been taking from it. What bank account, if you continue withdrawing, will not be broken? So we need to come out of that centuries of, may I dare to say here, Western type of dealing with the land. Because when you go into our communities, including here in Saudi Arabia, they know what they owe to the land. We need that understanding back. That's why I take your picture of your slide. I can go through it, long-term investment. We know the return is quite quick. When you monocrop, my country, we are the first cotton producer now in Sub-Saharan Africa, but we know how much it's bringing to the GDP, up to 6 to 8% of the GDP. But in terms of externalities, it's not a GDP growth, it's a minus. So how do we bring all this into consideration is the challenge that we have. So I don't think that the challenge of the private sector is that much of a challenge. Maybe we need more of what the land, business for land may bring here. Number one, different type of training for business people, including in business schools.
In finance.
In finance, regarding what works for the land. We depend on the land. We go back to the land. So we need business model that works for the land. That's what we need. If we want to change the mindset, we need to start from there. Education is first. Education, specific education on finance, on business model, and what can work for the land. That's why I will take your slide away and use it.
Sure. Hashim, the Environment Fund in Saudi Arabia was launched 4 or 5 years ago, and one of the key objectives is to engage the private sector more in the environment in Saudi Arabia. Can you tell us a bit more about what is the Environment Fund doing today and the role of the fund in this regard?
Thank you, Samer. The Environment Fund is playing a pivotal role in mobilizing investment opportunities in the environmental and meteorological sector in Saudi Arabia by providing tailored incentive packages to the private sector for the perspective to attract and support private sector participation. These incentives include a suite of monetary, regulatory, and strategic mechanisms that aim for unlocking the potential of investment opportunities in the sector. Talking about monetary incentives, for example, we're providing grants, loan subsidies, and loan guarantees to de-risk and also catalyze investment opportunities in the sector. We're also closely cooperating with government entities to advocate for policy frameworks that addresses the needs of private sector by identifying and proposing legislations that streamline investment processes and basically bridging the gap between the private investors and governmental entities. In addition to that, we are also working with potential investors and trying to understand their specific challenges and needs and make sure that whatever we provide as incentive packages addresses their challenges and are impactful. So throughout this comprehensive offering that we provide, we're not only assuring that we are advancing in environmental monitoring and sustainability, but also positioning the Environment Fund as a key player when it comes to the economic growth and innovation in the environment sector, along and in line with the Kingdom's Vision 2030 broader objectives.
So in a way, you are providing these incentives and being a facilitator for the private sector to be more engaged in tackling environmental challenges. Willem, this is something that you've been doing for a while, and you have a specific framework for that.
So my background is more in ecology. So I've been working many years on the ground as an ecologist, as director of IUCN, and supporting a lot of projects. And what I realized is that if you really want to create a sustainable landscape, then you need basically to really adhere to those two principles, and that is stakeholder management, because there are people living out there and you need to bring them on board of this process. And the second thing is understand the ecology, and that both takes time. So what I realized is that at a certain moment, to bring in private sector and government funding, it was difficult to find a common narrative that the different groups would understand. And that's why I played around with 3 words: returns, losses, and risks. And as Luc said, is if you have a high return now, you know, the public will have a big loss later. And if you specify the losses of a degraded landscape, I realize that this is not only financial and biodiversity, let's say ecological, and water. It is also social, and I added something that I realized that is pretty new, and that is, it is also about purpose. So people have lost their purpose if they leave degraded landscapes. So what I did is I coined a new framework to help landscapes and actors within a landscape and outside the landscape to find each other, to finance long-term landscape restoration. And I started with bringing back the ROI, the return of inspiration, which is different than the return of, you know, investment, but that will come later because the risk will go down. So basically, a degraded landscapes is characterized by 4 losses: loss of hope, loss of community, a loss of biodiversity and ecology, and a loss of finance. That means that if you want to work towards restored landscapes, it needs to deliver 4 returns of impact: inspiration, ROI, 1; social returns, 2nd; natural returns, 3rd, and then the financial returns will come, and they will be much more sustainable, and as the risk will go down in an area. And that's what we've done. We've worked it out with KPIs, indicators, and we tested it over the last 11 years in 5 large areas in India, South Africa, the Netherlands, Spain, and Australia.
Excellent. And we will talk about specific case studies and examples that will shed more light on how this is applied. I want to go back to Luc, and you mentioned the small farmers. And in a recent discussion, you told me that you are now closer to farming yourself. What do you think we can learn from small farmers and their direct linkage to land and their understanding of what to give and what to take from land?
You know, it's a privilege to go back to walk the talk. I've been a policymaker for decades, locally, nationally, and globally. Now, dirty in my hands, the return on inspiration is high. When you relate to the land, you know what you owe the land. And when you sow, you see, and you know when you can reap and how the return can be high. There is a friend of mine, because what we do is organic farming. A friend of mine that put it a way I like, he said, if you want a good return from nature, you must learn to dance tango with nature. Which means tango is quite a complex dance. You need to know how the other person will behave. So that is what big corporations need to learn. They need to KPI all the return they owe to the land before calling anything financial benefit. They need to KPI that in a way that is sustained in their business model throughout. So if they can do that, they will understand that not only it's sustainable, but it is profitable. So,
and how? And let me ask you a follow-up. How can we translate these learnings that are at the small farmers level to big companies? Is it easy to scale them up?
Nothing important is that easy. It might be simple, but that means it is easy. A good friend of mine, Helmi Abuleish of Sikkim, who has been here, as I saw him 2 weeks ago, has a real example in Egypt on how this can be scaled up. If you don't know how to measure it, you can't improve it. We learn it from business school, right? So when you see, for instance, how you bring the carbon back to the land, what are the models that works, you can KPI that. If you see, for instance, when you mine the land by growing for monoculture, How do you change your business model in agriculture, not to just go for monoculture? We know how to do it. We know what can be done as an alternative. Business model that, so that the business tycoon will understand that it works for them as well.
Absolutely. And speaking of private sector and creating these opportunities, the Environment Fund is working in a space where there are big environmental strategies and plans for the kingdom. SGI, MGI, we see a lot of activities in creating nature reserves, planting trees. What do you think this is creating as opportunities for the private sector? Where do you see the biggest, breakthroughs for the kingdom?
Right. I believe now we're living in a time where we see ambitious environmental strategies announced by the country that creates substantial opportunity for the private sector. And we need to make sure that we unlock the potential of economic benefits of those environmental initiatives. And one example of those great initiatives is planting 10 billion trees. This national targets brings a lot of opportunities for the private sector to engage in different business activities related to plant nurseries, seed banks, and other services. And also when it comes to the environmental monitoring and conservation of protected areas, many of the open opportunities related to developing cutting-edge technologies when it comes to the monitoring and deployment of those technologies for environmental management. Many are also indirect opportunities that would come from land for restoration projects when it comes to the increasing areas of natural reserves that the country is aiming for as part of the commitment of 30 by 30 commitment. And that brings a lot of opportunities when it comes to the ecotourism activities, as long as many other opportunities related to that. The development of accommodational ecotourism, like ecologies, and also the promotion of other environmental activities that are nature-based services for recreational services and experiences within those reserved areas. So there are plenty of opportunities, and we are in an exercise now to have a comprehensive screening of all of the opportunities in collaboration with our colleagues in the environmental centers and providing tailored incentive packages. And this is part of our role in the environmental centers. So we act basically as the investment arm. We collect the proceeds of the environmental centers and we invest it back in environmental projects with triple objectives in mind: economic impact, local impact, and financial impact. So we're aiming to maximize the impact of the capital of the fund from its various sources and invest it back in tailored incentive packages, includes all of the areas that I've mentioned when it comes to the conservation, when it comes to the increasing green cover and environmental protection.
Thank you. And so Willem, Hashim is talking about big projects that require obviously big financing and incentives, etc. And you always advocate and talk about landscape finance and the role of landscape finance in helping us in restoration projects and in unlocking some financial mechanisms that maybe weren't leveraged before as much as they should have. Can you tell us more about the landscape finance and what sort of incentives and mechanisms are there?
Yes, yes. Now, first of all, I'm very happy to hear this because this is exactly one of the tipping points that are needed, that a government takes up, let's say, the leadership role. So our experience is we work in very large areas, up to 1 million hectares, like in Spain, and we have a long-term time horizon, minimum 20 years. Why is that? That's because building trust and working with ecology takes time, basically. So we are very much grounded in those two principles. And what we've seen is that our experiences is that if you really want to finance or work on landscape finance, one of our recent reports that was published at the COP16 in Cali on Latin America and earlier on Europe showed that, is that you need to have a kind of blended funding vehicle due to land tenure issues and due to the fact that it takes time to get the right investors on board in all kinds of new regenerative ag companies, water companies, tree planting or nurseries, getting all that stuff within a landscape ready, that takes time. What we have experienced is that a basic funding line is needed to bring those stakeholders together for at least 20 years. And they, together with the government and with local actors like protected area agencies and entrepreneurs, they co-create a landscape finance plan together. We now have several of those plans. We have made them, and in the case of Spain, for instance, we know that we need 2 billion for 1 million hectares, which is relatively, compared to what you can get out of it, it is relatively cheap, you could say, because 1 million hectares is it's a lot. It's 1/4 of my own country, the Netherlands. What we've seen also is that if you can work with that blended finance vehicle, the government will play a role as guarantor, and then different entities, different investors will come in. You'd start with carbon, water, and then other things like tourism will pop up. But maybe the most important driver that we see now popping up is investment in organic and regenerative agriculture, and especially making the transition from chemical agriculture towards regen ag possible. Because we finance as Commonland, we finance the stakeholder management process. We bring down the risk within that large area for investors and governments to come in.
And how do you do that? How do you bring down the risk? Because this is something that private sector keep on saying.
You need to break down, the risks are both ecological and weather events and people, land tenure. If you are able to tackle those two ones, and that's our business, then you create a landscape partnership in a large area of actors. And if you can legalize and make that as what we do is we help to make the governance of the landscape partnership strong and help to enable a landscape plan for many decades, then based on that plan, different and new investors can come in and find their own way to invest in whatever is needed. At the end, what we foresee, and we are still in that process, is that, and what our hope is, that the framework we have developed can be a kind of Intel Insight. Maybe the word Intel now is not a good word now, but can be an Intel Insight of what we call a new holistic landscape restoration industry. And what will happen then is that at a certain moment within the finance industry, we get a new landscape restoration asset class. And that is maybe a word that's still difficult to understand because there's so many things going on in the landscape. But I think that is the way forward to move this industry. Because the finance is at this moment not a problem. The problem is land tenure, stakeholder management, and ecology. And if we can get that one ready, that's what we try to do, then the different actors can come in. Yeah.
The money will flow.
The money will flow, yeah. And the money will flow because at the end, just learn about the case of Valencia. Just a few weeks ago, we had this massive floods in Valencia in a Western country. Why was that? Not only because of climate change, it was because of decades, probably centuries of landscape degradation. So what is now going to happen? Someone, maybe an insurance company, are going to sue the government, which at the end is an interesting case because for the first time, there will be put money, finance into a degraded landscape because they did not do their work right over the last few decades and centuries. They have degraded their land, and look what's happening, and this will happen more and more all over the place. It's already happening in many countries, but in a Western country, you can see that it might end up in a kind of a legal court case, which will put a price at the end on a degraded landscape.
And insurance.
And so insurance companies are very interested in this whole story.
How it's gonna play out, because if there's losses and operation, then
We
there's a
don't,
cost
we
for
don't
insurance
know.
as well.
We don't know, but what we see is that, and we have been discussions with one of our agencies, Jones Day, a big law firm, that these things will happen more regularly, which means that the risk aspect will become much more important, and that risk is money, to get into this whole quotation.
Excellent. Luke, Willem spoke about holistic landscape management and holistic landscape restoration, and governance is a big part of that, because it's not only solving for finance or solving for ecology, it's also solving for people and stakeholder management. How do you think we can move for more inclusive governance that brings the public sector, but also the private sector, the big businesses and the small businesses, the small farmers, into one setup that can lead to better restoration outcomes?
The entry point is to phase out the incentive to degrade. We know that, globally speaking, we have some 600 billion US dollar per year spent in agricultural subsidies that are subsidizing the wrong thing. Phasing them out, I mean redirecting them, repackaging them, conceptualizing them in a way that is incentivized holistic approaches to landscape management, to the long-term use and sustainability of the land is the entry point. It has to happen everywhere, from the local to the global and vice versa. Because you see the incentives to degrade are almost everywhere. Why is it that corporations are having a hard time understanding what is so obvious? It's because the system is not actually encouraging them to go back to what matters. It is easier to bombard a landscape with chemicals and have a short-term return than to do it in a way that will sustain the productivity of the land in the long term. So phasing them out is number one. Equally important is ensuring that we move towards a system that will provide land tenure to the smallholder farmers. They are the largest managers of the land, and they are also the largest managers of our biodiversity. And to a large extent, they are doing what they can do, but without any support. So what we call payment for ecosystem services must work. We need system for that. We need system to work for that at the national, local, and global level to work for that. And if we manage to put that in place, I will take your slide again, I'll go back to it. If we manage to do that again, you will see how all those points you have raised will drop. So building a system that will provide ecosystem services payment to everyone at every level. No one will be, may I say, left out. That, I think, is number two. Now, ensuring that we have for the land-based system for payment that is part of ecosystem payment services. For instance, I'm sitting at the board, I'm the co-chair of a mechanism that is the first one that has been registered under Article 6.8 as it is called adaptation benefit mechanism. The principle is to ensure that, number one, acknowledging that whenever you do adaptation, not only you can shield whatever you adapt for, but you also generate global benefit. You generate improved water and so forth and so on. When a company is doing that kind of adaptation, how can the company get a feedback loop, a positive feedback loop, in generating global benefit? That is another point. So making sure that we have all those things in place that function is the starting point. And with COP16, this year we have all the three COPs taking place. Let's hope that at the point of time when they will meet at New York at the high-level forum to ensure and monitor sustainable development goal, that they will hint to that, and that they will work to build the sustainable framework that will build a system that will work for ecosystem services globally,
Excellent.
nationally, and locally.
Excellent. And on sustainable development, Hashim, the kingdom has embarked on an ambitious environmental agenda. And people ask, how is that environmental agenda balanced with the economic development? Is it a question of balance? Is it complementarity? How is the kingdom today looking at its environmental agenda?
Sure. The kingdom's ambitious environmental targets, alongside its rapid economic development, exemplifies a principle that economic prosperity and environmental stewardship can go hand in hand. And these initiatives are not only complementary to the economic diversification agenda of the country, but it's also instrumental in driving this agenda further by creating jobs and fostering innovation in emerging sectors. Talking about one of the emerging sectors where we are trying to unlock the potential in that sector is waste treatment and recycling, where we are building a circular economy model and incentivizing these models to reduce the environmental impact and also create economic growth. Talking about also renewable energies, when it comes to large-scale projects like wind and solar, these are playing a pivotal role in empowering the economic development of the country. Another great example is the giga projects like NEOM, where we are redefining basically the urban redevelopment globally and by integrating the renewables and the net zero emissions when it comes to the transportation activities and other services. Another good example when it comes to the work that we're doing when it comes to the carbon capture and storage, where we are trying to decarbonize the oil and gas sector and balancing basically between the government leadership as a global leader in the environmental sector, in the energy sector, sorry, as well as taking its financial responsibilities, taking its environmental responsibilities. So all of these initiatives and efforts exemplifies that environmental stewardship along with economic growth could go hand in hand, and we're doing great work in the Vision 2030 in terms of aligning the Vision 2030 goals with the SDG goals and fostering economic growth and development in the country, aiming for a more sustainable future.
Thank you. Willem, a question, and I want to also open it to Luke and Hashim. What do you aspire for the legacy of this COP16 to be? What do you, if we project 10 years down the line, what is the outcome that we hope to get at the end of the COP in the next few days, that we say this was a shift, this was a landmark, land COP?
Yes. I think a lot of people, of course, and governments talk about money, which is logical. I mean, you've seen your presentation in which you shared, what is needed and that we're not getting there yet. So that is of course a very good ambition, and it would be great if we get more to that, to the numbers that we have been calculating. But I think what is more important is that if you compare this COP with the other two, and I've been there, is that this is the COP of the practitioners. I see, because at the end, we all are part of, living on hectares. We're living on land. So if you talk about what's going on, we are able to change the things using nature-based solutions, so working with nature to support our life support system. I usually say ecosystem, but I prefer to say ecosystems are our life support system. We cannot all go to Mars. So what the beautiful thing of this COP is, and that's why I very much like the setup, and you know that it gets much more attention than all the previous COPs of the UNCCD, is that finally we are moving into a situation that we're talking about real solutions. And real solutions, yes, they need to take people into consideration, because it's for us that we do this. It's all based on nature, and we need to think long term. We cannot fix this just overnight. So this thinking need to ingrain in our system, and that is what I think this COP will bring. And my hope for the for this COP and the future is, of course, that we will get into long-term landscape partnerships in countries, in regions, and between countries, and that this at the end will become a new innovative industry where it is definitely also about money, but also about people, and about restoring the relationship between man and nature.
Thank you. Luc, any reflections on legacy of COP16?
Yes, the legacy I really hope for from COP16 here in Riyadh is first partnerships. The government has really highlighted the need to go for partnership and has put his weight behind partnership, has been pushing for partnership. Partnership is what will take us where we aim to go. Partnership between government, partnership in the private sector, partnership to understand what we owe to the land, and then all the other issues will become solutions. Because when you have a problem, no coin do not have two faces. When you have a problem in one face, you turn it, you see the value of the problem. That is the solution. So I really hope that the partnership that has been put on the table here will grow even beyond the aim and the hope for its initiators, so much so that we will find ourselves in 2 years' time, even in 4 years' time, having overcome, the barriers for long-term management of the land, being financial, being understanding, being knowledge, and so forth and so on.
Okay. Hashim, anything to add on legacy and aspirations for COP?
The aspirations is very high, and I believe maybe we are in a moment where we have, other than the previous COPs, times that we have more participation from the private sector. And that's a great movement, and we're seeing that partnerships are being built across countries and increasing awareness of the environmental challenges that we are facing, and speaking the same language across all of the delegates. And I believe that would bring more fruitful results in the upcoming years.
All right. With that, I would like to see if the attendants would like to ask any questions to our panelists, anything that comes to your mind on private sector participation. Yes, please, Dr. Amir. I think we have a microphone. Yes.
Thank you. Great discussion. Thank you very much. So I'm really interested in the payment for ecosystem services approach and intervention. In many ways, it cuts across biomes, whether it's terrestrial or marine. I come from the marine world, and the marine world is typically one step behind, land issues, right? In terms of problems, in terms of the science, in terms of the solutions also. This discussion of payment for ecosystem services is very, very dynamic at the moment in the marine space. It's also obviously important in the land space. I guess my question here is, how did you find ways to convince and adopt policies that promote payment for ecosystem services at the multiple levels that you've mentioned? So were there any significant lessons learned that could be emulated, that can be scaled up, that can be taken to other biomes? Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Well, let me start. I remember in 1990, when the idea was about making carbon attractive for the private sector. No one could have bet any dollar about this, that this will work. It has taken a framework, Kyoto Protocol and beyond, and now we have the whole setup of Article 6 under Paris Agreement to make it work. This is the kind of things that we need. A global understanding and therefore a decision with a framework that will be built with all the layers required from the global to the local to make ecosystem services function. Because we depend on it. It's not something that is anti-business. In fact, it is business. It's that our incentives are not going there. So if we agree to have a comprehensive framework, again, we all talk about voluntary carbon market and on. It has started something and is heading somewhere. We need to make it more comprehensive, to work for nature-based solution and to work for livelihood and beyond. So I believe that it is feasible. I believe that we need a framework for it.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I think there are already several very good examples on payment for ecosystem services. Maybe one of the most famous ones is the city of Bogota, the capital of Colombia. Their water is coming from a very big conservation area, and they pay for the protection of that area, which is a hotspot of biodiversity. So you have many more of those examples, especially in the marine area. I'm sure you know you have the protection of marine reserves, while there are the fishing breeding places for those fish. So together with fishermen, especially I think in Newfoundland, those areas, but you have many of those places. You have of those examples. I think the carbon is definitely popping up. As long as the carbon credits are paid for restoration and conservation, then it will really work. So the REDS Plus projects, you probably have heard it in forestry, are examples, although it's still quite tough to make it happen. But for instance, what we've seen now in Europe, that peat meadow systems are going to be supported by carbon credits, which is really good because it is stabilizing the local ecosystem, and it will help also the water table and clean the water table at the end for purposes that people can use. So critical mostly are the role of governments in incentivizing these payment for ecosystems. And I think there will, that markets, as free market, it is still in the beginning. And also the biodiversity credits, that people are talking a lot about it, but so far that has not been developed. But I'm convinced that will come, and it will come because the risks will go up thanks to degradation and climate change. That combination, because that is the combination that is at the end will lead us to this payment for ecosystem service system.
Yes, I have a real-world example. It's a case that is often forgotten. In the late 70s, the city of New York was almost bankrupt. You may remember that. Mm-hmm. And they couldn't afford to build another big water treatment plant to supply water for the city. And during a municipal council meeting, someone asked a good question. Why is it that we should be building build water treatment plant every here and then? And someone says, because those managing the land up there are using input-intensive agriculture. And the guy said, what can we do there's no other type of agriculture possible. They say, yes, there are different types of agriculture possible. So they decided to have what they call then cross subsidies. And the city of New York has subsidized those working up there, as they call it, to transition towards more organic agriculture type, which has helped the city to need a smaller type of water treatment. It is payment for ecosystem services. So we need more of that. And let me end, because I can go a while about that, but when we mean carbon, in the Paris Agreement, it is written, let me quote, mitigation in the context of sustainable development, adaptation, in the context or within the context of sustainable development, which means every ton of carbon sequestered, if it doesn't deliver on sustainable development, is not mitigation. It should be accounted for mitigation. So I challenge those who are certifying carbon credit to ensure that the carbon they're certifying is also delivering on all the other ecosystem services.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, Ahmed Albitar from CNRS France. So I work on carbon farming and storage of carbon in the soil. And what we've seen, so we're working also with the European Commission on the CRCF legislation for carbon farming, and at a global scale also. And what we've seen that in the US, the carbon farming actually went into more insetting than the voluntary carbon farming, and it grows up to $3 billion industry just in several years. And what we mean by insetting is that the risk is being taken by the companies that are actually buying the wheat or the different crops from the farmers. So this is important because then the risk is at this level. The farmer is not taking the full risk, and also these companies are getting subsidies from the government. So my question is this what we need? We need to make sure that the risk, someone gets in and says, we will put money into this, take the risk at government level, at policy level, so that actually banks can go in, because banks want to go in. We see that they want to go in, but they need this issue about the risk that that was clearly mentioned. So I would like your opinion about this point.
Willem, you want to get this one?
Yeah,
I think you do a lot of risk management.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the point. And that's where the role of government or multilateral funding mechanisms need to play a much more active role. We see it everywhere in all the places where we work that there is a kind of the valley of death between A and B, and only governments can help to move that further and to act as a guarantor. So I fully agree with what you've said. So far I haven't seen another way, and which is normal because we are moving towards, let's say, a new paradigm, a new situation, and therefore the market is, they're not used to this, they don't know it, and we need to help them to get known to what ecology is and how that works and what regenerative ag means. So we've seen smallholders already, and we've set up a company, a listed company, for instance, in Australia on regen ag. That was in 2018. It was very difficult at that time to create a holistic landscape restoration company on a small cap, because people did not understand it. They were in their own financial industry silo, and we were talking about regen ag and ecology and whatever, and bringing down risks and long term. So what happened is that at a certain moment we will be able to find some words, and we find some investors, core investors, angel investors, to make this happen, and then started doing it. And by helping doing it, others joined and started to learn. And I think that is exactly the role that governments need to facilitate.
All right. I hope you enjoyed the session. I see we are running out of time, but one more question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Osama Al-Ghazi from Strategy, and maybe it's a question for Hashim in particular. As you may know, whenever we compare the economies of GCC and Saudi Arabia to other nations and economies, we know that the role of the government is much more prominent. And it's not only in the environmental sector, it's across all sectors. And this is also due to the fact that these economies are moving at a fast pace. Given those dynamics, I understand the role of the government today in scaling up financing and private sector participation, but do you foresee that the role of the government should last, or should always play this role in pushing financing, or give it more to the private sector as well?
That's a great question. I was actually about to comment on the payment for ecosystem services, and I believe that for that system to work, we need to work on the value chain of that system and lay the foundation and infrastructure needed for that system to operate. What we've seen now is some efforts when it comes to identifying sources of carbon. A few, I'd say, verification bodies are available in the region to issue the carbon credits, and the exchange markets that are available are voluntary, yet there isn't any compliance-based markets. And also the credibility of some of the carbon credits in different regions is questionable by some beneficiaries, and that's why we need to build and elevate the potential for the private sector innovation to build new breakthrough technologies that would help us to first, capture the actual carbon emissions by different sectors. Now, most of what we've seen is only in plantation initiatives or in biodiversity. There are plenty of opportunities when it comes to mentioned like water treatment sector, health sector, many other untapped opportunities everywhere. That even like the digitization that happens post-COVID by multiple countries, and that shift comes with a lot of carbon savings that needs to be captured some way and monetized and incentivized further. And I believe this transition has to be a collaborative work. The government has to play its part when it comes to building the foundation and sharing knowledge through these international forums. And later on, the private sector comes as well with the innovative ideas and technologies that would streamline the implementation and create more efficiencies when it comes to the solutions that are implemented in these markets.
And this is indeed what the Environment Fund is quite pushing on, is to have this
exactly
transition.
Maybe linking that to what we're doing is we're providing tailored incentive packages to basically unlock the potential in the local environmental sector. And we're keen to see new technologies and innovations that comes to the market. And we are also targeting even providing some grants for local research offices and universities that addresses the challenges of environmental aspects, and link that to some practical implementation models with corporates and drive the change forward. So this is what we're aiming for, to build that ecosystem where everyone plays their role, and we have a diverse set of incentives that addresses the requirements of every kind of beneficiary, and we're aiming to catalyze basically the market and incentivize further applications and participation.
All right, thank you. One last question.
Hi, Johnny Funianos from Ecomed France. We all talk about policies, we all talk about a nature-based solution, we all talk about how to put them into practice. We often, I don't say we often forget people, but the base of every change is people. And the base of every change is community, as you said, Luke, as you said, William. And we need to make a change in the perception of the people so they apply the policies and the researches that we do. I'm asking you, what do you think about the role of media and about how to propagate those new knowledges for people to create interest for private sector in order to invest in these changes?
Well, the role of media is key. We're talking here about the fact that the private sector is not that much knowledgeable about the fact that ecosystem services is the business, that caring for the land is not only the long-term way of preserving the land. We have been here, have seen here a growing momentum about the issue of drought, for instance. Drought is one of the most predictable disasters, but it's still claiming lives. What is predictable shouldn't claim lives, shouldn't claim that huge cost on livelihood, on businesses. So the media are key here, not only to inform, but to some extent inform in a way that will educate people and businesses to have the conscience that they need to eventually change their business model. We're talking about ESG, of course. This is the time to make ESG work for what we're talking about here. And the media, personally, I believe, of course, but then the media also need to be educated. They need to go to the training. They need to have people in charge of the field that we're talking about here. In fact, ecosystem services are not just for biodiversity or for climate or for, it's just about life.
Hashim, you want to add, or Willem?
I mean, yeah, I cannot emphasize this further. I believe awareness is very important. This is the starting point to materialize some of the progress in environmental initiatives. And we are in the Environment Fund. We already started with, working with some NGOs when it comes to the increasing of the awareness in multiple environmental aspects, and starting also to build some awareness within local communities that are in far or rural areas that they did not get the chance to, have access to the mainstream media or being, given the enough attention. And they are the ones who are facing the significant, you can say, threats of drought and degradation. So we're doing great efforts when it comes to that, and we believe that it starts always from the awareness, giving proper awareness to the young generation especially. They are the ones who will drive the growth in the long-term future, and giving also a proper level of awareness for the media. It's a very important point that you mentioned. Yeah. And they have to play their part in terms of producing, something that touches the audience, needs and inspire them in a way that they put the agenda of environment as one of their key agendas, and it's really significant, and it's affecting businesses, lives, and many other aspects, and they have to play their role in that manner.
Okay. Willem, before we close,
Yes, fully agree, of course. I mean, it is, the media has a super important role to play, but it is very tough sometimes for the media to find the right tone of voice between despair and hope. And because yes, there is a lot of hope if you understand, the ecology, the technology, and the things that you need to do. So that is super important. So you need to have journalists that understand the content well and be able to translate it without being, doing all kind of false information, stupid information. Just one comment on the last thing, on awareness and education. I also realized that the topic here is complex, and to give you one insight, when I was teaching, I'm still teaching at the Rotterdam School of Management, I'm executive fellow there, the brilliant international students and MBAs and whatever, and we were talking about climate change, and at a certain moment, a young student asked me, "Sir, what is the best solution, the best technological solution for climate change?" So I asked the question to the whole group, and they came up with all kind of solutions. And I said, but I still miss the most effective, best technical solution. And no one said photosynthesis. And as soon as people, brilliant students doing their MBA or technology or whatever, engineering, still don't understand that these things are connected, and photosynthesis is one of the most technical solutions we have inside of us, we need to have a lot of media educational information about all those processes.
All right. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you for Luc, Hashim, Willem, for your valuable insight. Thank you all for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor today to welcome you all to this panel discussion titled Nature-Based Solution and Carbon Credit, the Opportunities and Challenges for Climate Action. Today, we bring together experts to explore the critical intersection of nature, climate action, and innovative financing mechanism. The discussion will focus on nature-based solutions like afforestation, wetland restoration, and mangrove rehabilitation, highlighting their immense role in sequestering carbon and fostering ecosystem resilience. In a world where the carbon credit are rapidly gaining the momentum, nature-based solution offers a unique opportunity to align ecological conservation with market-driven strategies. Saudi Arabia has made remarkable strides in the field through initiatives like the Saudi Green Initiative, Middle East Green Initiatives, Circular Carbon National Program, and also the work of National Center for Vegetation Cover, the NCVC. This session will delve into how these programs inspire action locally and globally while tackling challenges in scaling and integrating nature-based solution into carbon credit. We are privileged to have a distinguished panel of experts with us today. We are happy to have Mr. Gudmundur Sirgbesson, the CEO of International Carbon Registry, who is recognized for his significant contribution to climate action and carbon market transparency. He founded the International Carbon Registry, ICR, which is a greenhouse gas program and climate registry, aiming to scale up the real climate impact through transparent carbon market practices. Gudmundur leveraged his bachelor degree in civil and environmental engineering from the University of Iceland and further studies in risk management from the Lund University of Technology, focusing on finance and fire engineering. Gudmundur's professional background includes serving as managing director at the Central Bank of Iceland from 2010 to 2018 during the time of strict capital controls. So welcome. Thank you, Gudmundur. Also, we are happy to have Mr. Randia Jodu. He's the managing director for Carbon Cap Company. He has been in the financial services industry for more than 20 years and helped to set up Trade and Trust in Mauritius as managing director, and together with an 80-strong Mauritius team, he developed strategies to surface financial institution, professional, intermediate, and high net worth individuals in Africa and Asia. As a director of a group of companies in Singapore, Randia intends to consolidate the group's program of expansion and development of sustainable projects on the Africa continent, and to be part of a business that will benefit its stakeholders and positively impact numerous local society and the business community on the African continent. He holds a PhD with honors in management from the University of Kent and an MBA from Herwet Watt University in Edinburgh. So welcome. Also, we are happy to have Mr. Asim Al-Alim, founder and GM of the Agro-Arabian as sustainability and carbon offset advisory and project development, specialized in innovative carbon offsetting solution and advanced mapping services and robotics, supporting client to achieve net zero scope 1 and scope 2 greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, in alignment with the Kingdom Saudi Arabia aim to reach the net zero emissions by 2060. And also with a short notice have Mr. Oli Trofession. He's the co-founder of ICR, entrepreneur in software and blockchain technology development. He is focused on business development to enhance global reduction and removal of emission. His leadership drives technological innovation and partnership, aiming to fight the climate change by promising sustainable practices within the carbon market. I would like also to share with you that Dr. Khafir, he's supposed to be with us from KAUST. He couldn't make it due to the flight delay, so unfortunately we don't have him, but we are welcome Oli to be part of this panel. Thank you all for joining us today, and let's dive into our discussion. Nature-based solutions are gaining traction as a powerful tool for mitigating climate change while preserving biodiversity. So we have three segments. This segment will explore the significant role of nature-based solution in carbon sequestration. So I will start with you, Mr. Gudmander, as the CEO of ICR. How do you preserve the role of nature-based solution in addressing climate change and promotion biodiversity? And if you can also share with us some insight into global success stories.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Just want to start by thanking you for the invitation to the Kingdom and to COP16. I've been here for just 3 days now, and I'm a little bit amazed by what's happening in the Kingdom in nature-based solutions and what you're doing within the Kingdom in your efforts to meeting your targets under the Paris Agreement.
Thank you.
So, on like the importance of the nature-based solutions, I see like now we have had 3 COPs during this year. We have had the biodiversity COP, we have had the climate, the regular COP, right, and then the combating the certification COP here in the Kingdom now. I see this like carbon credits, and especially the carbon credits in the nature-based solutions, are what links the 3 COPs together. So first, we are luckily enough we finalized there was an agreement on the Article 6.2 and 6.4 framework in Baku. So we have a roadmap to move ahead on. So that's a core. So that means on how we are going to mitigate in tons of carbon dioxide equivalent the mitigating climate change. So, but like to get to our targets, we need to reduce our emissions significantly in the next decades. That we are never going to reduce our emissions to 0. So we need to increase sequestration and land quality. So there I see the importance of the carbon credits, how they are generated, because they are in the nature-based solutions. They are they're not only about the carbon, it's also about increasing the land quality, it's about increasing resilience, it's about when you have restored land, you are essentially then increasing the biodiversity of each project.
Right.
So that's how I see the connection between the three COPs. So unfortunately, like we discussed earlier today, unfortunately they were all essentially over the same course of time. But on maybe going to like success stories. So we are quite a young program. We are founded in 2020, but we have had some success since our early inception. So we have we operate from Iceland, but projects are global. So we have, I think about over 30 countries. So on success stories on what's happening in our registry. So for example, Saudi Aramco has a few projects in Saudi Arabia that are registered with us, and there are many more that are in the pipeline. Discussing to people here at COP, shown an interest in registering projects with us. Another one, we are working with a proponent and developer in Uganda in a restoration project, and like a really big restoration project that is in partnership with the government of Uganda. Another like direct linkage to the biodiversity. There's a project in Baja, Mexico, where they are like mimicking coral reefs, and there they are increasing like marine life with growing of kelp on these artificial reefs. And then last but not least to mention what we're doing in Iceland. So we have an afforestation program in Iceland. We are a small country, so the scale is small, but there are over 40 or 50 projects that are being developed small scale. And then on peatland, restoration of peatland and wetlands. So that's
Great
my
example.
2 cents.
Yeah. Thank you for
Thank
sharing
you.
this with us. I would like to go to Mr. Randia. From your perspective, how can we scale up the nature-based solution project to meet the increasing demand, as Godmander mentioned, for the carbon credit?
Dr. Naif, to start with, I would like to apologize to the audience. I have a bad cough, so I'm going to try my best not to cough in front of you guys. Look, I just wanted to describe nature-based solutions so that we all are aligned with what we understand. Nature-based solutions utilize natural ecosystem to mitigate climate change by sequestering carbon dioxide and simultaneously addressing biodiversity loss and community engagement. These solutions are not only cost-effective, but also offer co-benefits such as improved soil health, water regulation, and livelihood opportunities. There are three main classes of nature-based solutions: forestry, agriculture, and wetlands. Forestry, as we know, it's avoided deforestation, afforestation, and integrate forest management. Agriculture concentrates mainly on regenerative agriculture, practices that sequester soil carbon, such as no-tillage, crop rotation, and biochar. And then we have the coastal wetlands. These are mangroves, marshes, and seagrass. And then finally, peatlands. Now, the nature-based solution plays a global significance. NBS have the potential to deliver up to 37% of the emission required by 2030 to address global warming and to keep it to 1.5 degrees. Ecosystems like mangroves store up to 10 times more carbon per hectare than terrestrial forests and provide a critical ecosystem like, such as flood protection and habitat for biodiversity. Now, how can we scale up? I rather speak about Africa because this is where most of our projects, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples of our projects on the continent. So Africa's diverse ecosystem, from mangroves to wetlands and savannas, they offer immense potential for NBS. However, the continent faces challenges. We know that, like deforestation, weak institutional framework, and climate vulnerability. We have a good presence on the African continent, but there's so much we can do. That is why additional resources, if they are put to the African continent, then there's an opportunity to scale up NBS. I told you that I'm going to give you a couple of examples, so I'll start with Guinea-Bissau project. The Guinea-Bissau project focuses on afforestation and avoided deforestation. It spans over close to 1 million, so about 900,000 hectares. It restores degraded mangroves and protects coastal dryland forests across 4 regions. We have Kashu, Oyo, Tumbali, and Kinara. Then we have the Central African Republic. Just Guinea-Bissau, in terms of the carbon potential, we're looking at 6 million tons of CO2 per year to sequester. The Central African Republic proposes it's over 4.5 million hectares. And it's a mixture of green carbon and wetlands. So green carbon is forestry. It is a model for combining diverse ecosystem to achieve large-scale carbon storage, generating approximately 27 million credits annually. Tanzania is another one, and our Tanzanian project is over 1.4 million hectares, and it's focused on forests and grazed land, generating close to 2.16 million credits annually. The project addresses deforestation drivers such as charcoal production and shifting cultivation, while introducing, so we can mitigate that by introducing sustainable energy and farming solutions. So these are a couple of solutions, but examples. But we think if there's more resources available to the African continent, then to scale up is not a problem.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us this great example. Now I will move to Mr. Asim Al-Alam. Can you also share with us an example of how afforestation and reforestation projects such as that you pioneered with Agro-Arabian aligned with the nature-based solution objectives?
Nature-based solution, afforestation and reforestation projects are actually the core of a nature-based solution. It helps, addresses many aspects of the nature-based solution, such as carbon sequestration and biodiversity loss and land degradation. There's a lot of research about the desert, actually, that the aquifer hold around, this is worldwide, hold around 1 trillion tons of carbon. There's a lot of research actually need to be done, maybe by universities, but the desert holds a lot of carbon. From our research, we found plants such as C4 plants, which is different a little bit than the C3, and it deals differently with the carbon. It sequestrates actually the carbon, and it's drought resilient. And it keeps more. It holds the carbon inside the plants. It doesn't release it, even if there is no water. It could keep the carbon inside the plants and inside in the roots. The NBS actually is the best solution. It solves a lot of issues from different aspects.
Have you project in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, we're working on a project in Saudi Arabia. We're actually at Agro Arabian. We are dealing with a drought area, desert area, and we're focusing on improving the ecosystem and helping actually in the biodiversity loss. Using technologies such as UAV, drones, and UGVs, and mapping to identify the best areas for planting. And yes, that's.
Thank you. A question to you, Olives, about what happened in Baku and after the progress in COP29 regarding to Article 6.2 and 6.4. How can this gonna affect your work at ICR?
So hi, thank you. I'm Ole. I'm from Iceland with ICR. Thank you so much for having us over. It's very interesting for us to be here from Iceland. It's a very far away country from what's happening here. I think Article 6.2 opens up a lot of opportunities for individuals and companies to create projects that can be used for interoperation between countries and private entities. And for example, we have been investigating and trying to create pilot projects across borders, because a lot of countries from the north are negative on their emissions, so they will need to cooperate with other countries, so they can use that as a tool. And yeah.
This is a good progress. Now we're going to go to the other segment, which is the carbon credit market and financing. As you know, carbon credit derives from nature-based solution project, are a promising avenue for financing large-scale environmental initiatives. In this segment, we will discuss how these credit can help and also maybe attract some investment and importance of public and private partnership in scaling their impact. So I would like to ask you, Randia, since you are from Carbon Cap, a big investor in this subject, how can the nature-based solution generated carbon credit attract investment, and what the role can do the public and private partnership play in the ecosystem?
Dr. Naif, I need to apologize to you. I am meant to join Gudmundur to say thank you very much for welcoming us here. The hospitality and food are amazing. But I was more worried about my cough. It seems I'm managing it well. I think we need, to answer your questions, we need to look at the global carbon market. And there we know there's the compliance market and the voluntary market. And it has grown substantially in recent years. Despite fluctuations, NBS remain an attractive option for investors seeking reasonable impact across measurable multiple sustainability developments. The market status, the value of the VCM market, voluntary carbon market, surged to 2 billion in 2021, reflecting a fourfold increase from 2020 in the valuation. The sharp rise highlighted growing demand for NBS, high-quality carbon credits, especially those with strong environment and social co-benefits. However, the voluntary market faced challenges in subsequent years due to lower supply, negative press coverage, buyer pause, and shift towards removal. The market value declined close to a 61% decrease in 2022, in 2023 from 2022, and even the transaction volumes also fell by 56%. Despite all this, the long-term outlook is looking good for the market. It remains positive, driven by corporate net zero commitments and increasing regulatory alignment. These are two key aspects, and I'm going to go into the details on these two aspects because it involves the private sector and the public sector. The corporate net zero commitment, companies like big conglomerates like Microsoft and Amazon prioritize NBS credits to offset emissions while supporting biodiversity and community development. We know that. So that's where the private sector gets heavily involved on the market. We also have the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement that facilitates the international trade of carbon credits, enabling access for NBS to the compliance markets. Now, there are factors to attract investment, and they cannot be underestimated, and it makes sense for us. So there are tangible co-benefits. NBS projects deliver measurable environment, social, and economic benefits, making them highly appealing to investors. So tangible co-benefit is one. Second is the alignment with ESG goals. Companies prioritizing environment, social, and governance commitments are drawn to NBS projects because it integrates sustainable development with climate mitigation efforts. Then we have long-term sustainability and resilience. And NBS projects support the long-term stability of ecosystem and communities. And this is appealing to investors with a forward-thinking culture. There's also strategic partnerships. So collaboration with governments, NGOs, and the private sector strengthens governance, credibility, and enhances the attractiveness of projects to investors. Scalability, if you've had success in one region, it can be replicated in similar regions, hence increasing the potential to attract larger investments for expansion. And then finally, it's the integration of stakeholder engagement. Comprehensive community consultations and multi-stakeholder engagement. It enhances trust and ensures project success, increasing investor confidence in the project viability and impact. So that's how we think NBS can attract investment.
Thank you. Back to you, Kudminder. How does the ICR ensure the integrity of carbon credit, practically from NBS or nature-based solution project?
Thank you. So I think the highest bar in the integrity comes from the UNFCCC, not now the PACM framework under the 6.4, which I think now all the GST program will align with. Like there has been a little bit of a like a dead space between like transition from CDM into the new Article 6.4 framework. But how we are approaching this, and that's like because we have multiple programs. We have the VERVA, we have the gold standard, we have the GCC, and like who to trust. So we focus on like on that who makes standards. That's the International Standardization Organization, ISO. So our projects are subject to meeting a requirement of an ISO standard called ISO 14064-2, which is a carbon project standard, and it's a flexible standard. So it allows for different projects to align with, but it's not a carbon market standard. So on that, we complement this ISO standard with ICO requirements, which we have adopted like the principles from the Article 6.4 and the Article 6.2 into our framework. So, and that is not enough. So then we don't do our own assessment of the process, obviously, because that's a conflict of interest. There we are working with the validation and verification bodies that are accredited to conduct such an assessments. They need to be accredited for being competent in doing such an assessment by an accreditation body that is a member of the International Accreditation Forum. Yeah. So that's like the core, how we like, and that's similar to how most of them are doing it, except for how an ISO standard is a criteria for the validation. In addition to that, like this brings in like the program operator. It brings in the validation and verification bodies, the accreditation body, and of course the multi-stakeholder engagement in creating an ISO standard. Then on like nature-based solutions and somewhat any project is subject to any risk of reversals. So where we have our own in-house risk assessment of any buffer determination, but we are also outsourcing that. So we work with an insurance company called Kita that conducts the risk assessment of any reversals. So that's different between different jurisdictions and political stability and et cetera, et cetera. In addition to that, then all projects, they have an easy access to get a rating. So projects can be compared based on their rating. So that's how we approach maintaining the integrity of our program.
Thank you. Now I will move to Hassan about asking you about, since you are working on a project in Saudi Arabia, how do you ensure the credibility of carbon credit generated from the nature-based solution project, and what the financing mechanism are available to scale these initiatives?
I mean, for sure, as Grandad mentioned, it's adhering to the international standard is what it's needed to be, and things are changing now after with the 6.2 and 6.4 articles, and but at the end it's all standardized. I mean, international standard. There's also new methodologies that need to be developed down the road, customized for the Saudi environment and the whole. I mean, it's different. It's mainly desert, and in terms of financing, we have the green finance framework is actually doing a great job. It's just covering most of what's needed in terms of the partnership from the government side and partnership with the private sector. It's launching those green bonds and type of green financing. That's with the private sector. I think it covers a big chunk of the financing part. Also, there is a way of financing, which is offtakes for some of the projects. Like you connect projects with those MBS projects to finance the project in a way. So not to be totally dependent on the government or on the private sector, and to make it a financing in a proper way, so you don't put all your weight on one side. Yeah.
Thank you. So despite their potential, I mean the nature-based solution project, it's facing significant challenges, including technical, socio-economics, and policy barriers. So we'll focus now on these hurdles and explore how we collaboration can enhance the scalability and effectiveness of nature-based initiatives. So I would like to ask Oli about, since you are started the International Carbon Registry, what have been the main challenges when you implement a project?
So maybe if we take a step back and think about one of the main challenges that we have faced in this is that we so often find ourselves in difficulty in sharing the story about what is actually being done. So one thing is quantifying the actual contribution, how much of CO2 is being sequestered, and what is the actual benefit of the actual project. But when you try to communicate that to buyers, to the general stakeholders, which is the society, it becomes so difficult. We are faced with PDF documents that are very technical, and that creates a lack of trust or lack of literacy about the quality of the projects. And this is actually one of the things that we find most challenging. It's communicating the value of the project to the buyers. And I think this is something that we are trying to work on and help with, is to increase transparency and try to get all the technical stuff into the background so we can focus on the actual stories. What is being done, for example, in Saudi Arabia with the seed balls that you were telling me about earlier, how they are engaging with communities and schools here in Saudi Arabia, mobilizing them to take part. And if we think about it, it's basically, we're not doing this for any one of us in this room. We're doing this for the next generation. So we really need to help to tell that story, to get the technical jargon out of the way, so we can focus on the task at hand, to mobilize people both in nature-based solutions and also just to engage the bright minds of the future.
Good, thank you. Back to you.
If I can,
yeah,
Dr.
please,
Naif,
please.
if I can give a perspective from a project developer. There are multiple challenges. I can go on and on, but I don't want to be negative. There's just a couple that are the main ones. So, look, and NBS projects require, quite a lot of technical challenges, and it requires addressing technical challenges, such as the accounting, monitoring, and climate mitigation risks. Accounting and monitoring, it needs to be done, and accurate quantification of carbon sequestration is essential, especially in mangroves, ecosystem of mangroves and wetlands, where the carbon is stored in biomass and sediments. We've been lucky. We've partnered with a company in Singapore called Adatus, and they are an advanced remote sensing technology provider, and they play a crucial role in what we do. And they provide high resolution GIS mapping, carbon quantification, and predictive modeling. But they're not cheap. So it comes at a cost. Climate change, climate adaptation, we are facing rising sea levels. In Guinea-Bissau, the mangroves are under threat. Which we will try to mitigate that by investing in nurseries, so that we try to grow salt-tolerant mangroves and restoring degraded areas. Then you have socioeconomic and policy barriers. We have been lucky in Guinea-Bissau, Tanzania. We've secured long-term. On the African continent, you can't buy land, and land is either through the central government or through the local government with the community. So in Guinea-Bissau, we have long-term leases and community agreements. These ensure land tenure, ensuring project stability and inclusivity. But it's not easy to replicate that in every country. And I'm just talking about the African continent. If we go worldwide, it's something else. And oh my God, community engagement. People will say, easy, just got to talk around there. It's not easy. In Tanzania, our project is in a remote area called Manyara, where we have the Maasai community. I remember the first time I went there, and the chiefs, we were meeting the chiefs. So there was about 30 chiefs, including the main chief. They were looking at me, saying, who's this guy, Indian looking, coming into our country from Singapore? What does he want? Surely he's going to steal our land. So I sat with these guys. I went right in front of them. I explained for like an hour, what is a carbon project all about? We're not here to steal your land. We just want the carbon rights. And we want to monetize the carbon, monetize nature for their benefit. At the end of the day, the project, it is their project. After I was done, after an hour, the main chief stood up and said to everyone, look, we're going to support this guy. He knows what he's doing. So there's community resistance is always there. So, and it's especially to new practices. They're used to what they do. If you're going to introduce change, it's a challenge if you don't communicate properly. So we try to mitigate that by engaging through training and provide alternate livelihoods. Like, for example, mangrove-based honey production has provided an income source to the community in Guinea-Bissau. So extensive consultations are required. We've done it in Guinea-Bissau, we've done it in Tanzania, because these are our most advanced project, but it will have to be done in each country if we want the community to be on our side. And then, of course, policy gaps. Guinea-Bissau, as an example, lacks a formal carbon framework, making international partnership crucial, so that there is project alignment with global standards. Those are the few challenges. Now, collaboration is important, and it can be both from the public sector and private sector. In Guinea-Bissau, we signed an MOU with the government, and then we engage with the Ministry of Agriculture, together with NGOs, to understand what is lacking and what are the solutions we can bring. Private sector, look, there are local private companies there. So I'll give you an example, energy efficient cook stove. So if you want to, you can use local. And then, of course, we bring in as an international player, we bring in international partners like Adatus, which I said the remote sensing provider, and then Atamari, who's got 30 years of forestry. So these are you know, with these type of partnership and collaboration, it will make the project viable. And then, of course, there's knowledge sharing. If Guinea-Bissau is successful, and we're trying our best to make it successful, then it could be used as a model for the Western African region. Same for Central Africa Republic, because it's diverse. I mean, it integrates both green carbon forestry and mangroves. So it could be for the Congos, it could be a game changer. So without collaboration, you're going nowhere. So we believe into that. So I think it's a pertinent question, and I just wanted to give you my view as a project developer.
And I think the main challenge is the MRV for all this nature-based solution project, and I think we're going to overcome it in the future. My question to you, Kadmander, this have been in recent years negative media about carbon credits and carbon projects, questioning the integrity of projects and the credits. What do you think is the reason and how to maintain it, the integrity?
Yeah. So I think there are multiple reasons for that. First, to name, like echoing what you're saying, the complexity. You're trying to always shoehorn everything into the same system. There's no flexibility. So you are applying a methodology without any flexibility of deviation, or when you need to have some approval from the program. So then again, like not respecting like different cultures in jurisdictions. Then again, like one of the criticism is criticizing something that was done 10 years ago or 15 years ago, when the current knowledge was current knowledge in 10 or 15 years ago, and we are comparing what we know today to what was current 15 years ago. It's like complaining about an iPhone 1 with an iPhone 15. It's like the lowest quality of anything is the current perfect. So I think that you need to respect what has happened in the past, was based on best practices in the past. Of course, in 15 years now, I hope we can say that, yes, 15 years ago we knew this was our current knowledge, now we know better, but we need to respect what was happening in the past. I also think that, like, the accountability has often resulted in blaming the program or some individual. So because there's so few stakeholders at the validation space, so the programs tend to take accountability for the validation and verification. That should not be like that. Like the validation and verification body, they should be reliable on their opinion, and they're like how we are doing it. We are including the accreditation bodies into our system, and that's the reason that, like, we are using this ISO standard as a criteria, is that if a validation verification body fails, then their accreditation is on the line. With the current system where their accreditation is not on the line, then there's no accountability on the validation verification bodies. It's also the accreditation bodies that are also on the line. They need to do a proper and better job. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Back to you, Asim.
Yeah.
What's the socio-economic and policy barriers have you encountered in implementing like such sustainable practices, and how can they be addressed?
The main issue we faced in implementing the MBS project is the land. Okay, I'm sorry. The land use law actually is need to be worked on in order to help ease that. Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to work on the land use law because, for example, I have a client who wants to develop a project, which is a majority of his area. I mean, his area is like 1% or 2% from the area he's trying to develop. And the rest belongs to different owners. I mean, government, different ministries, different. And here comes like who owns the right of those carbons, even if the client has developed that area. Now, who owns that carbon credits? I mean, who owns the right? So I think like we need to have a clear law actually with this regard. It will help actually down the road eliminate a lot of issues. And I think these kind of things, it's a law. It doesn't work other than that. That's the main issue that I faced implementing the project.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask all of you this one question, and I would like to hear the answer from you. It's what are your top recommendations for advancing the nature-based solution and integrating them into carbon credit markets globally? So start with you, Gudmundur.
Okay, I had some time to prepare for this, but I thought about this, and I think that like, no, I can't read my notes here.
Okay, please.
I say, like at the national level, so governmental level and then the project level.
Okay.
So at the national level, I think that implementing a national regulation relating to the output of the Article 6 negotiations and the Article 6.2, what like institutional structure needs to have, who grants the authorization, irrespective of if the country intends to utilize Article 6.2 as a framework or under the 6.4. And then more, I think equally important is that we can create all the nature-based solutions in the world, but if we don't have any to buy them, then they would just go bankrupt. There's no incentive in participating. So there needs to be some kind of regulation or system that incentivizes or creates the demand for the credits. So, for example, in the kingdom, you have your targets in 2060 and reaching net zero. So how are you going to get there? That does not mean that. That means that the private and the public sector needs to be net zero. So then the private and the public sector needs to work together on reaching that goal. So create some kind of a framework that gets us there.
Yes.
So yeah, so that's like on a regulatory, and then maybe I will leave the projects just for you because you are more experienced in that space, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, thank you, Goodman. Dr. Knife, there is no doubt about it. Nature-based solution of transformative potential for addressing climate change while also looking at the socio-economic challenges. Now, just like Gudmundur said, we can look at global cooperation or strategic investments from businesses. I mean, businesses, most companies need to get involved at an early stage in advancing corporate climate action. Adopting this forward-thinking strategy will provide companies with access to high-quality credits, we believe. That not only offer positive climate impact, but they also support broader nature and sustainability objectives. Now, what do I mean by global cooperation? Just like Gudmundur said, Article 6.2 and 6.4. So the announcement from Baku give us a lot of hope. Now why? We believe there'll be clear carbon market rules now. Article 6.4 replaces CDM, boosting demand and prices for quality credits. Article 6.2 addresses double counting. So we believe the announcement is all about single count emission reductions, enabling trust and cross-border transactions. Sustainable development focus, ESG, there will be higher priority on ESG, enhancing credibility. That it gives a good boost. And then aligned standards. So the registries, VERA, Gold Standard, ICR, we're hoping, we think there will be a convergence between the compliance and the voluntary market. Let's get it done, because this will boost market confidence. So in terms of impact, I think a more structured, reliable framework for Paris-aligned climate projects will attract investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam?
From what I see is like Saudi is, we're talking about a mass size. We're talking about 2,150,000 hectares. And just to apply the normal MRV, conventional MRVs, that does not make sense. You just need, it's not feasible. So you need to apply, the digital MRVs need to be applied in order to speed up things, and it has to be visible. Otherwise, I'm not going to pay like all my NBS cost on just to check to confirm that I'm doing things right. Things has to be done. So DMRV is a must. A partnership with registries such as ICR and other registries is also important. Maybe we also need our national registry. I think we need also a national project developer, because we're talking about the big size, and the market is so huge. And
here in CVC are doing this.
Partnership with NCVC. Yeah. Yes, that's my input.
Ali?
Yeah. I think waiting for perfect is not the answer. So getting this done and learn by doing, like Gudmundur said earlier, that if we keep looking at the past, we like Heinz said, this 2020. And then I see increasingly more convergence between the compliance and the voluntary market, and I think this should be supported. And this can be supported through working with registries, standards, and also insurance companies, rating agencies, to allow for more views into the market. Like we often say that we don't see ourselves as the arbitrator of quality. We're not the judge, jury, and executioner, but rather we see ourselves as a courtroom where we bring into different expert voices. And if we're able to create carbon markets that have a more standardized product, more uniform products that can be more easily transacted via better markets and better market structures, we will have a much more efficient market. And I think the government will play a key role there to help with regulating the space. But in the meantime, it needs to be It will be a parallel between the voluntary and the regulatory space, but we need to see some sort of a convergence to inspire trust in the market.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we have time for a couple of questions from the audience. So we'll start with you, please. Mike, please.
Thank you so much. It was really highly informative discussions, and I will start by saying that moving from CDM to fully engagement of Article 6, this will lead us to revisit most of the protocols used for carbon sequestration issuing. I mean, the strategies, the protocols. So it seems like we are starting from the very early beginning now. I mean, what have been done through CDM will be definitely changed after applying the articles. Of course, not a mandatory to be whole, but at least we have the chance to build a new registry. So I strongly agree and with the gentleman that he proposed that we have to work from now for KSA-based registry. So in this will be like cutting edge first. Two, we don't have to compete with the very old registry like Vera, Gold Standard, because all we will start from the very early beginning now. So I'm really appreciating the idea, and we have to work all together for doing this. So this is the first comment. The second, I don't see, of course, another agreement with the gentleman that it is the traditional way of monitoring, calculating, estimating the carbon credit that was heavily based on ground truthing and field studies will never work with the 10 billion trees. We have to think out of the box, exploring new GIS space, the enable with AI, so we can calculate, estimate, and monitoring these huge numbers of planted trees. So just these two comments I would like to share to you, and if you have some insight on this, I will be very happy to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you want to...
maybe I can a little bit elaborate on the second issue there. Like, this market has always been focused on you need to create the methodology prior to any exploration in this space. So how we, this is one of the key elements that we were developing this program is to like try to allow for innovation whilst doing a project. So as a criteria, as I said, like the requirements are in the ISO document. So if you have a solution and you have like can demonstrate conformity to the standard, create the methods, create the procedures on how you're going to monitor, and convince that they are robust, they're scientifically proven, then I don't see any problem in creating a project with the methodology components within the project. And we have a couple of projects that are applying this approach in our registry.
Dr. Saud Al-Balawi. My question is, since we are talking about desertification, we should interest with the desert trees. And one of them is the Moringa peregrina, or Moringa olivera. I just came, I don't know if this repeated question, but as I know that Moringa absorbs CO2 20 times other trees, 20 times other trees. So this is a credit. And more than that, Moringa does not need water. Does not need water. No, gray water or sanitary water or pure water. So my comment is we should interest with the national trees, which is multi-purposes, not only for carbon, but multi-purposes. As again, as a moringa, it has oil, it has honey, others, and more than that, it absorbs CO2, it is more than mangrove. So mangrove for the sea and moringa for the land. This is my comments. Shukran.
Thank you. If you can comment on that, please. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, just again going back to the NBS, when it's, I totally agree with you on your comments. But when you're thinking of an NBS, you have to look for the plants that's related to the area. So the moringa could work, but you need to find out where does it grow naturally, and grow it more and increase it. In NBS, you cannot go to an area which moringa does not grow and you grow it. That's against the NBS criteria. So you have to put this in mind.
One more question. Okay, we're going to have one more question. Two hands. I saw two hands. Okay, one for two questions. Go, please.
Thank you.
Huh? Oops. Three more questions. Please go
I'll
ahead.
make it rush. Okay. So thank you, and I totally agree for everything, especially the national project developer, because as a VVB, we are national. We are located, for example, in Jordan, and we are the few experts VVB in the region. That's one of the challenges that we have, like finding auditors in the MENA region is very hard. So we need to build capacity building more, because as a project developer, there is a room for everyone in the VVB, because validation and verification process like need whole rounds. So there is a room for everyone. That's my first comment. The question will be, nature-based solution is like kind of new in the MENA region, especially in Saudi Arabia. So there's a lot of challenges. And as we know, for the high quality of carbon credits, it's need to be permanent. Like, so what's the proactive actions that need to be done to make sure that this solution will be produce a high carbon credits? Yeah.
Anybody want to take this? Ranjay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
What I can say is, look, the community engagement is super important. If you want permanence, so you might want to plant, but if they're cutting the trees or the mangroves, you're going nowhere. So you have to. That is why we keep saying it's enhancing the livelihood of the community, give them jobs, and make it their project. And that's the only way I can say it with the community. And then it's the species. I mean, you made a very good point. You need to look at the area and introduce species that will actually grow and stay. There's no point planting for a year and then it's gone in 2 years' time. We are like mangroves, we're trying salt-tolerant species. We're thinking it has to be, I mean, at the moment, our most advanced project is in the Western Africa, Guinea-Bissau. We can't introduce mangroves from Saudi in the Western African region. I don't think, I don't know. We don't have any scientists here, but I am highly doubtful whether this will work. So the project is all about long-term, it's all about permanence. So you have to take these factors in consideration. Thank you.
I saw a lot of hands, but we're going to take one question. And sorry for other people.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله، يعطيكم العافية. أخوكم محمد البدوي من شركة مستدام. حقيقة إحنا عندنا سؤال بنستفسر فيه, which is the framework that have been setting for the natural-based solution regarding the carbon credit does not count the valuation for these natural assets. So we are capitalizing on the top of those natural assets where we are counting the carbon credit without considering what's the real value of those natural assets before we start counting and capitalizing on those carbon that get to be produced by those species or by this natural asset. So the question is, is there any consideration for the valuation for these natural assets before we go and tell, okay, now it's the time to go for the voluntary carbon credit? This is my question.
If I may, that is why you have to do pre-feasibility and feasibility studies. You don't go in an area where you say, okay, well, you just look at it, and then you say, yeah, great carbon potential, and let's target compliance market. It doesn't work that way. You start with your pre-feasibility, and like I've been saying this, we've got Adatos with the remote sensing. So they give us the data from, accurate satellite imagery, remote sensing. We get that, and then we send a team on the ground to do the feasibility, to verify these data. And how do they get this done is by taking some, they can't, look, large-scale projects you can't just cover everywhere. So it is taking samples in different areas, and then it confirms the carbon potential. So there's a process, and you have to, from project acquisition to once you've got all the legal agreements in place, you have to do your pre-feasibility, feasibility, then you need to do your PDD. From your PDD, you need to implement the project, then you go through validation until you get issuance. So issuance is the last one. But there's so many steps before you get there.
Yeah, if you want to add.
Yeah, maybe. I think in order to answer this question, I think we need a more efficient middle market. So essentially, buyers that are educated enough to understand what's the cost of creating that carbon credit. Because currently, it's very inefficient for having the end users and the buyers to assess the quality of the project and how much does it cost. It's almost like buying a barrel of oil. Like, where does it come from? And do I need to clean it, or is it refined? So we really need to educate the middle market and have a strong financial background that can look developers in the eye and say, I understand what the cost of production is. This is the value that I'm prepared to offer, and then the end consumers and the companies, they will just buy it like they're buying soda or Diet Coke or a liter of gasoline, because it's cost-based pricing in a sense. So that, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for our panelists and audience. Today's discussion highlighted the transformative potential of nature-based solution and the importance of collaboration in addressing climate change. So let's continue working together toward the sustainable solution. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to our session. Thank you for being with us today at 4:30. And for most of you, I'm sure it's a long day. The name of our session is very long. That means we have a lot of smart people on the panel because they know a lot. We try to put it all into one title. We talk about renewables and the contribution in Saudi Arabia to reach the sustainability goals. I'm really pleased to have an excellent panel with me today to dive into the topic, talk a lot about Saudi and renewables in Saudi, but also in the relation to the sustainability goals. And we will start by going through a round of introductions so you get to know the panelists and myself, and then we will dive into the topics. And Anna, maybe we can start with introducing yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Alexander. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here today. And first of all, I would like to thank Quentin with French accent, Quentin, and Sarah for giving me this opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. So I'm Anwar. I'm a nuclear and renewable energy advisor at the French embassy in Riyadh. And over the past 15 years, I have worked in CEA, French Atomic Energy Commission. It is like similar to KKR here in Saudi. I have worked in the nuclear field as engineer, researcher, project manager, and team leader. And my current role and recent role since 3 months as advisor for both nuclear and renewable energy. I believe it is essential to consider all energy sources in to achieve our goals, especially the net zero by 2060. Obviously, renewable energies are certainly paramount in this effort. It is equally crucial to consider nuclear energy to achieve our goals. I think a comprehensive approach that integrates all viable energies will be the key to our success. So I look forward to exploring with the panelists how renewable energy and nuclear can be used to achieve our goal, enhance resilience, and contribute to a sustainable future. Thank you again.
Thank you. Professor Sarah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Sarah Shehri, the Vice Dean of Development at Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University, and consultant in Ministry of Environment. And I was working in Ministry of Energy in innovation and renewable energy. My experience, I've been in UK for around 6 to 7 years, working on renewable energy as well, on batteries and supercapacitor application. These days, I'm also working on some projects with King Abdulaziz City for some project related to hydrogen production. I would also introduce Quentin.
Thank you very much. My name is Quentin Blommaert. I'm heading the Hydrogen Diplomacy Office here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. It is an initiative by the German Foreign Office, and the main two targets are, on the one hand, to support Saudi Arabia when it comes to economic diversification, on the one hand, and on the other hand, also to accelerate industry decarbonization here in the country. For me, it's the second time in Saudi, and it's a pleasure to share the stage with all of you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Quentin. And also thank you from all of us, for the two of you, Sarah and Quentin, for organizing the panel. Well done.
Hello, my name is Hussein Al-Makrami. I am a renewable energy assistant professor and a consultant for Royal Commission of Yamba. First of all, thanks for having me today, for extending the invitation to be part of this insightful panel. So my background I have close to 18 years of experience in the energy sector. I transitioned from oil and gas, the first 5 years of my career, working for Saudi Aramco, to petrochemicals, working for Sadara and Dow Chemical Company for another close to 5 years. And after that, the second part of my career, I transitioned into renewable energy, where I currently work as a consultant and an assistant professor at Yamba Industrial College. I'm interested in basically following up with every transition we have into the renewable energy mix that also include sustainability and carbon capture and storage, and all of the topics evolved about the transition into addressing the renewable energy targets for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Alex Sarek. I'm a partner at international law firm Adelshaw Goddard. I head our regional energy and infrastructure team, and I also head our international carbon markets and emissions trading team, mostly in London, but I'm here in Riyadh. I'm based in Riyadh now for almost 9 years in the region, before Riyadh in Dubai, and I'm really pleased to be able to moderate the panel with the distinguished panelists. Let's dive into the topics. I think the starting point should be, let's analyze a little bit what's the renewables landscape today. Where are we in Saudi Arabia? Hussein, do you want to start with that and giving us an introduction?
Yes, thank you so much for this question. So everyone here knows about the Saudi Vision 2030 to achieve 50% energy transition mix. So what that basically means, 50% comes out from renewable energy sources, while the other 50% comes out from natural gas sources. So this is in terms of power. The vision also is to reach net zero by 2060. In the beginning, when we launched the vision back in 2015, the initial targets was to get to 58 gigawatt, 24 was coming out of solar projects, while 16 coming from wind. But in COP29, when every conference of parties in Dubai pledged to triple their renewable energy targets, Saudi have pledged to basically revisit their targets and have it at 120 gigawatt. So the grid capacity right now at its max is reaching close to 90 gigawatt, which means we have also additional, we went far and beyond above any other nation within the region to achieve our goals. And not only that, but also those projects, 44 gigawatt has been tendered already. We are the second largest country in terms of tendering after China. Of those 44, 6 has been already connected to the grid, 13 are under construction, while the rest is under the development stage. Saudi is planning to tender 20 gigawatt annually from now until 2030. So this requires a huge efforts, lots of finance, lots of policy reforms. So the task is very challenging, but we have lots of young, talented people who believes in the vision, works tirelessly day and night to achieve these goals. In terms of the other part of achieving the vision, we have not only those solar and wind, which is the main dominant for the projects. We also have the green hydrogen, which is Neom Green Hydrogen Company, which basically supplies 10% of the global demand of hydrogen. It is the largest project ever constructed in hydrogen. When people talk the talk, we walk the walk in Saudi, basically. And you know, when we look at how's the impact on these projects, it's not only just to say, you know, we are achieving those world records. We are creating jobs, we are localizing the technology, we are increasing the local content. We are committed to achieving these goals in every single sector. And there are also additional coming projects, not only in terms of having more hydrogen, green hydrogen projects, but also we're talking about other types of going to fully supplying being the largest global supplier of hydrogen, that whether if it's include green, blue, or gray hydrogen. And I think there was this by the minister when he said basically to achieve this vision, we may have to be blindless and just focus on sustainable production of hydrogen and basically achieve those goals.
Perfect, thank you. Maybe, Quentin, I can bring you in on the hydrogen because you're one of the most knowledgeable people. And then, Sarah, I would, after Quentin's intervention, talk with you a little bit about the ministry's perspective because you are an advisor, but
thank you.
yeah.
Just to follow up, I would talk about just the last update I've read today about Saudi efforts for sustainability and enhancing climate action by 2030. The displacing more than 1 million barrels of liquid fuel currently used, which is of course, this is great, and also starting construction of one of the largest carbon capture, transport and storage center, and also capturing 9 million tons of CO2 by 2027. The last point I've read today, which is actually great about renewable energy geographic survey, covers more than 850,000 kilometers to monitor solar and wind energy materials in the kingdom. This is great news I've read today.
Yeah. No, excellent. I mean, it gives us a really nice picture. And maybe if, Quentin, you can add a little bit on the hydrogen side, because well, your views on that, where that plays in.
I will try to build upon what has already been said by Mustafa, by Hussein, Mustafa is there, and Sarah. Indeed, the developments we are seeing in the renewable energy fields are just mind-blowing. And to take a step back when it comes to hydrogen, hydrogen is nothing new for a kingdom. As we are speaking right now, like 3 million tons already being produced for mainly refineries and fertilizers production in gray form. Those are kind of the low-hanging fruits. Yeah. But by naming those numbers, I simply want to highlight also the learning curve we already have when it comes to the production, the handling, and the usage of hydrogen within a Saudi context. Because it is mainly natural gas-based, the switch can also be easier and cost-competitive towards competitors, because the gas is a feedstock available here below below the ground. The next step would be to capture and store the CO2 emissions in the future here also in Kingdom. And it was rightly said by highlighted by Sarah. It has already happened in Kingdom. We have experience in those areas as well. This covers us the color blue, as the Europeans like to put it. And next to it, we have also like very strong developments. The biggest one being, of course, Neom, the northwest of the country, and as of now, still the largest single production site by yearly capacities to be produced by 2026 onwards. So it's nearly 250,000 tons of hydrogen, above 1 million tons of green ammonia, main off-taker products. This is big because there is no history, there is no learning curve behind what the colleagues in NEOM are actually implementing on site as of now. They are creating that new green hydrogen history. There are a lot of learnings in that respect, but from my modest perspective, I have a great respect for what's happening there.
Yeah, no, excellent. I mean, I think this gives us a really good picture of what's happening with regards to renewables plus / hydrogen, green hydrogen in the kingdom. Looking into the future, can we start predicting or get an idea as to what that means for sustainability goals? And then I know maybe I can bring you in already from your perspective in sustainability goals and nuclear and renewables. And then we can bring this back in and just have an idea as to a future prediction where Saudi will stand with those goals. Please. Maybe you can borrow this one. Yeah. That's when you need energy, when the batteries are
Thank
not
you.
working. Ah,
Yeah.
perfect.
Thank you, Alexander, for this essential question, especially about achieving net zero by 2060.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia, this question is interesting because this question encouraged us to go beyond the 2030 vision in Saudi Arabia. So to achieve this goal in the kingdom, the strategy is around several key pillars. The first pillar focuses on the transition to renewable energies to reduce CO2 emission by approximately 20% or to 30% by 2030. In my opinion, in this transition, the real challenge will be the development of the technology for interseasonal energy storage to ensure that energy can be used when it is needed. It is a huge challenge, and worldwide, several technologies are currently under development. I will just mention two main technologies. Naturally, batteries. I think the first technology that we think, but this technology comes with major challenges, high costs, low energy density. So we need a very big battery, short battery lifespans, and unfortunately limited access to critical materials. The second technology concern hydrogen storage in gaseous form. As you know, gaseous hydrogen has unfortunately a very low volumetric density. So we need to compress hydrogen, and compressing hydrogen to 700 bar needs strong materials, takes a lot of energy. So finding affordable and durable materials are still a big challenge. So this technology, as you saw, are not really fully mature by 2030. Hopefully, it will be by 2060. However, it is essential, in my opinion, to be careful to ensure that the 20 to 30% CO2 reduction achieved by the renewable energy won't be compromised by emission linked to storage process, which generates CO2 emission during the production of the technologies. So, in my opinion, it will be wise to consider another plan B, to the main plane. And for me, nuclear energy represents a solution that should not be overlooked, because nuclear has the advantage of to be no intermittent energy, and nuclear is very low carbon energy.
Maybe we can come back to the nuclear when we talk about the targets, reaching the targets to 2060, and the mix, how that would be playing in. Just to go back, Dr. Sarah, on the future renewables capacities and how they contribute to the Saudi Arabia's sustainability goals. I mean, what's your view there? How important is that?
Just to add one point, I think for this translation, we need the collaboration between academic and industry. And we have, for example, as I'm a lecturer at Princess Noura, we have some projects related to renewable energy and some, of course, master degrees. And this link between academic learning and industry needs is very important. Just to train them and how to transfer, take some practices and transfer them from learning, for example, something related to oil and to renewable energy, and how to take this practice. I think this is the points that I want to add.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Yeah, I mean, I was going to come to Quentin and you, Hussein on the sustainability goals and the contribution of the renewables. And I don't know, Quentin, is that okay? We take Hussein first, and then we come in on that topic as well.
So if we look into the Sustainable Development Goals, some of them are to have accessibility to basically clean water and affordability of electricity prices, and also the air quality. So if we look into the basically deployment of renewable energy sources, it's helping all of the above, basically. So you're having offsetting the carbon footprints in millions, number one. Number two, you are providing electricity at a world-class cheap rate, the least levelized cost of electricity, which has been broken twice, one in solar farms and the other one also in wind farms. The only one was competing with us in the levelized cost of electricity was also in our neighboring country, Emirates, you know, so it seems like there's a competition back and forth between the two of them. Having also the air quality is actually under the umbrella of one of the programs of the vision, you know, to increase the quality of life, basically. And that can be done through multiple initiatives. One of them was to basically seed in more trees to capture the carbon dioxide, and the other one is to deploy those renewable energy sources. So the ideal solution to achieve these sustainable goals is to have the collaborative efforts between the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment, and all the environmental entities. And we are scoring very well on these goals recently since the launch of the vision. Hopefully this just wrap up the entire image about the sustainable goals.
Perfect. Quentin, I mean, what's your view on that? I mean, you know the sector very well, and you've been here for quite some time. So,
but from a Saudi perspective, and it overlaps very well when I started dealing with the country. This 2017, as one of the main tasks we had back in the days in Berlin with my boss, who was a Saudi ambassador in Berlin. We were spreading the Vision 2030. Between that time, back in 2017, and what we are experiencing right now, all the numbers Hussein just provided us with, also supported by numbers by Sarah, it is simply mind-blowing the steps we are taking. While we were preparing the session, we addressed other numbers. Those are large numbers. Those are aggressive targets, be it renewables, be it hydrogen production in its clean form. But all those numbers themselves have to be matched, and I try to link this with what Sarah just mentioned, to qualified and skilled labor forces in order to support it also from an industrial or an industry perspective. I remember September 2021, a famous German association published a 12 pages pamphlet. It was all about the industry in Germany, the third biggest economy worldwide. We can provide you with the best machinery. We can provide you with the best technologies. This is not an issue, but we already face now a scarcity of skilled labor forces. And this is the third biggest economy as of now in the world, namely Germany. There is a difference, of course, in terms of demographics in Germany and in Saudi Arabia. We here enjoy a very young population, but we see that if we take a look at all the university programs being proposed as of now, there might be a kind of also scarcity in that specific areas, renewables, grids, hydrogen production, hydrogen handling, and the actual industrial production of all those items as well, who will provide in the future, if you would like to localize much more those items to also overlap with Saudi Vision 2030's goals, to localize manufacturing processes, manufacturing of those promising technologies in the kingdom. We might need more of those very specific profiles. It doesn't mean that we need complete new curricula, but to upgrade, to upskill, reskill existing labor forces to that next level in order to match with the mentioned aggressive targets.
Yeah. I have to ask then Dr. Professor Noura to respond on that question with regards to capacity, education, building resources. What are your views on that in the development of and the impact on the labor market?
Actually, we have some initiatives as well for final year students. Every year we have this initiative, and usually final students come to this event, big event, and we have some industries and some mock introduction between final year students and these industries, and they marketing their achievement for the industry, and this is make a link between final year students and local industries and even international industry, which is good and offer some jobs for them.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, Professor
Also, we have
yes.
also some research related to renewable energy, and they have some practices and collaboration between Princess Noura and other entities, government entities or private entities, and they have some practices as well.
Yeah. No, I think there's a lot of things happening. And before we go to, back to the energy mix, I would like also to address the question slightly differently. I mean, sitting here listening to you, it almost feels like Vision 2030 and beyond, because 2030 is not an end date, it's an interim, it's a milestone. And it feels a little bit like that there is a big alignment with Saudi policy and Saudi vision and the sustainability goals, which probably if you come to Saudi Arabia from like first time here and you come from Europe or from the US or from Asia, you would say, well, that doesn't feel right. But when we look at dramatic and transformative developments in society, the focus on upskilling, local production, onshoring, and then renewable, new technology, and then of course what we don't have here is some of the most dire needs that you have in a lot of countries that need the SDGs to even like goals to change and transform their economies to be even a livable place, right? Where we don't have that problem in Saudi Arabia. The living standard is very high. There is plenty of everything. But is that a fair assumption? Can we think in that way? Sustainability goals are policy goals by default in the Saudi transformation?
So yes, absolutely. If we look from a high-level perspective into the renewables, there are three main pillars. There's the policy, the infrastructure, and the task force, the labor force. So every single project, when we talk about basically the skilled man force, a lot of people goes to think only about having the qualified task force to join the EPC projects, but we still have a lot of other phases, such as the engineering phase for those projects. You have to have the qualified, certified engineers to design those gigantic projects, and we have also R&D, the research and development. We have to have some of the highly talented people, and we've had some success in the past with KAUST, basically achieving the world record by having achieved 33% solar efficiency. It's a tandem cell perovskite solar efficiency. And then we also have the coming manufacturing facility in NEOM. We have this gigantic 10 gigawatt of annual production by Jinko Solar. So that requires a lot of also preparation. One of the smartest thing the NEOM is doing was actually to send their people to specific training ahead of the operational date. So if their target day is to get an operation by 2026, Then they have already sent their people for training for the past 3 years into the academy, the Solar and Water Academy in Rabigh. And they are training over 300 people just to prepare them. I think the critical point here is that when we tender 20 gigawatt annually, that's a huge amount of projects. And the question is, do we really move at the same pace when it comes to qualifying people or even finding the right talents to run those projects? So this is one of the key elements that we must look into deeply and also be ahead of ourselves just to try, because every single project, for example, the NEOM project is generating 300 full-time jobs. So that's only one project. If we think about every other single project, every single farm, 300 megawatt or 400 megawatt, will generate not the least 50 jobs full-time, aside from the construction, of course. So all of that has to be taken into consideration when we think about the task force. And of course, it's linked to the sustainable development goals, as it's also linked to the the GDP of the country and having more employment rate and lower unemployment rate. So all of this will contextualize in one form or another about the sustainability. Yes.
Yeah, please. Just to jump into, we are currently preparing a benchmark analysis on those topics. This is current status quo in terms of what can the country produce in terms of talents. And if you align all the future targets, they were all named, it's a kind of gap analysis. This how does the to-do look like, to provide enough talents in the future. But not only, like Hussein was highlighting, in sense, like people to be on the field to build the PV or wind plants, but also upfront at the very beginning of the value chain to also drastically increase capacities within the R&D and R&I and chains, to have also components being built in Saudi Arabia. I had always this story going to the Intersolar in Munich, one of the biggest solar trade fair worldwide. And with a group of Saudi companies visiting the place, we were kind of forced to go around and to see some companies, but the products we were kind of forced to take a look at, it had nothing to do with the topography, with the climatic conditions we are facing in Saudi Arabia. And the idea would be there also to pool more also this excellent knowledge, like fundamental knowledge from, for instance, a German background, but to bring it here to then make use also of so that the colleagues from Germany see the kind of challenge we face in this geography, where like the harshness of the climate is completely different, where we are facing mainly soiling, for instance, and heat as a problem for PV plant, but also when sandstorms, etc., are extremely detrimental for the balance of plant and the balance of systems. One example, but also, and I have no answer there, but the focus always on PV. Some countries have focused as well on CSP. Germany still invests money into CSP in terms of pilot projects, but we don't have the natural conditions for this. But we could bring the technologies from the pilot plants into geographies where we could expand actually the real value of those tiny ideas into larger projects in the future. Yeah. And in so doing, we also elevate the level here, not only having built plants with Chinese products mainly, but also having elevated the general level in terms of producing items with their own labor forces, so to say, from the very beginning of the value creation chain.
Yeah, no, very interesting. And I think just taking a step back a little bit into the energy mix and 2060 net zero target, I think as you mentioned, the COP declaration and 2060, which is far away, but you can understand the policy position on that one behind the current, well, given the topography, if you want. But like from your point of view, we talked about nuclear and where that could fit into achieving net zero. But can I ask you just one side question? Because you talked about solar panels and heat and all that. Like nuclear and geographic conditions. Out of pure interest, does that make a difference? Whether it's really hot, whether you have cooling water available for a nuclear reactor? And then go please to the other topic that we said we would address.
Okay, I think, as I said, nuclear is really a good opportunity for Saudi Arabia. It's nuclear isn't a new topic for Saudi Arabia because it's already in the strategy of the kingdom to develop nuclear energy with a target to develop 17 gigawatt by 2040. Because it's we can't, in my opinion, we can't achieve net zero just with intermittent energy. We need to have, like today we have, like in 2030, for example, we will have 15% in renewable energy, but we will have also 50% from gas. So we can't manage, we can handle the network with that. We can't, but when we think just until 2030, but if our goal is to achieve 100% renewable energy or low carbon energy, we need to have no intermittent energy. And I think it's very important also to say, to give maybe some information, some numbers about CO2 emission, because it's, I think in my opinion, we have to talk about CO2 emission, not about maybe the name of energy or color or something like that. We have to understand and to be aware and to compare energies with CO2 emission. And the last studies, for example, estimate that with wind energy, we emit between 3 and 12 grams CO2 by kilowatt hour. Sorry. For solar photovoltaic, we emit between 15 and 40 gram CO2 by kilowatt hour. And for nuclear, it's the same than wind energy, 3 to 12 gram CO2. So it's not renewable, sure, but also it's very low carbon. It's like renewable energy, like photovoltaic. That's why I said we have to be careful about storage. Because with nuclear, we don't need to store energy because it's no intermittent, we can use it. But with renewable energy like photovoltaic, we need to use, to store. And if we can't storage process, maybe we will be more, we will emit more CO2 emission.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, I think there seems to be I think more consolidated view settling more and more that is aligned with what you're presenting. That's clearly, I mean, I guess with a low carbon challenge, that's where we are.
Yeah, we have to use all.
Yeah.
I think it's very important to not opposite energy between each other. We have to use all energies to achieve our goals.
Great. The slight change in topic. We're sitting at the COP. That's, I mean, the conference of the parties of an international treaty. The signatories are all individual states. And sorry to get carried away with that, but I'm a lawyer, so it's always interesting how that develops. But so it's a voluntary, it's signing an international treaty. So it's a conference of the parties is evidence of international cooperation, right? And we're here in COP16 hosted by Saudi Arabia. It's clearly also another sign of the transformation of the country, opening up, becoming a key player. It's an interesting COP to be hosted in Saudi Arabia. When you look at the map, in the sense that when you look at Google Maps, the predominant color of Saudi Arabia is brown, right? Compared to, let's say, Norway, predominant color, or Brazil, predominant color be green. But clearly this is important to Saudi Arabia, which is excellent to see. But how important do you think in real policy measures is international cooperation, and how important do you think is international cooperation for achieving sustainability goals in Saudi Arabia? Is it more like outward looking, we're driving now because we want to play, or is there some kind of dialogue between and being involved? I mean, your personal views on that, I would invite that. I don't know, Quentin, do you want to start? Yeah.
I will start, and I mean, to me, it's the very core of the initiative we are representing, and I point out my colleague in the public, Dr. Loy, who will be replacing me starting from next year. And the whole idea is exactly this. Actually, the German government is extremely active in Saudi Arabia with two initiatives, one from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, one from the German Foreign Office. We are from the German Foreign Office implementing this in the name of GIZ. And the target here is really to provide our partner country, Saudi Arabia, with a holistic package when it comes to questions of energy and climate issues. Our colleagues at the other ministry, they take care of the project side, or the private side of things. They're the practitioners, and we will be more the theoreticians. Theory needs practice, and vice versa. And we ourselves, we have been, so to say, in the last 3 years, we've been trying, I think, kind of successfully to really build bridges between Saudi Arabia and Germany and vice versa, especially when it comes to, again, academic exchanges to provide Saudi Arabia with German knowledge, with German expertise in some areas, but also bring Saudi colleagues to Germany so that they can see firsthand what is also feasible in our labs and bring the best from Germany / the EU back to this geography and maybe adapt it a little bit. It has functioned in a lot of sectors. The biggest, or some of the biggest and most renowned German companies are already here. Siemens for gas turbines, MAN for trucks. But now we are targeting the next step when it's all about clean and climate technologies. And there the kingdom, with all the numbers already provided by the colleagues, is also committed into that direction. And they're similar to the other industry areas where Germany and Saudi are already intricately linked. They want to go to the next level and continue that, or pursue with that collaboration, and also learn from Germany, share with Germany, but also for themselves make the next step thanks to that international collaboration. And it's valid with Germany and other, of course, European countries.
Yeah. Hussein, would you agree like that international cooperation is important to Saudi at the moment?
Definitely. It's one of the key enablers for this entire transition. Honestly, if we look at it from different perspective, one of the main goals of the vision is to localize the content and the energy sector by 75%. So the best way to get to that high percentage of localization is through international collaborations. And that comes under different umbrellas or different ways to achieve that. One of that is to have those joint ventures between, the international companies or between Saudi, and the other form is to have those foreign investments in Saudi to accelerate the growth of these gigantic projects. And I want to give a simple example. The NEOM project basically was funded through 23 financial banks and institutions. They had to join a financial consortium to basically finance the project for 8.5 billion. So that's only one project. So in order to achieve those 20 gigawatt of projects, we'll have to have a lot of investments, international investments to pour into the country. And then the third thing basically is we have the international experience in terms of policy. So for example, you have those gigantic players in the market such as Aqua Power, who's been doing projects in South Africa, who's been doing projects in Azerbaijan, and basically exchange their knowledge. And the same thing for the other companies. You have EDF, which has constructed one of the largest projects here in Vestas, and both are having many, many years of experience into deployment of these projects, and therefore to be able to carry out this technological experience to share it with the young talents in Saudi and help them achieve those targets. This is a key cornerstone that we cannot be able to basically achieve those without this international collaboration.
Yeah. Dr. Sarah, is international collaboration important in your work, in your view as well?
Yes, of course. We have lots of collaboration between universities. For example, these days, especially with Princess Monara University and some UK universities and some US universities, we have also some exchanging, for example, students between universities or sometimes faculty members as well. Some seminars, some programs related to masters, for example, or PhD between universities, which is great. Yeah.
Great. No, thank you. Another really dramatic switch in topic now. We wanted to talk about agrivoltaics, and really, I have to admit I don't know too much about it, so I'm going straight to Hussein. And Professor Hussein, and please give us an intro to the topic, and then we pick this up together.
So, agrivoltaic is only one form of applications of solar energy systems. So, you know, we have residential, you have industrial. We also have penetrations into the agriculture market. And if we look at the percentage today, it's not more than 3% globally. Okay, one of the key enablers of the technology is when we utilize those, and actually you can see it on the background of the image here, you can see an agrivoltaic system basically in one of the land farms. And it reduces basically the temperature, it restores the corpse, and also help to maintain the humidity at a higher level, which helps better for farmers. And also you can control the temperature affecting the corpse, you know, increasing the harvesting of those corpse. And also you can have those designed as a standalone system. So if you are in a rural area far away from the transmission line, you don't have to worry about, you know, extending the transmission line. You can build the system, size up a small system, put it on top of your farm. It will help the plants, and also it will help the animals. They can utilize the shadow. So there are a lot of advantages about these systems. The least system, which a lot of farmers are doing nowadays, which basically is more affordable, is just using a solar pump. So they just use a solar pump. You know, they have a few panels to have this pump operational for the irrigation purposes. So one of the last thing I want to mention about this is when Saudi is planting 100 million trees, which is part of the Green in Saudi initiative. So those are basically utilized to combat the desertifications, and the best way to basically have those grow up, and the best way is to utilize those space, because you don't want to utilize additional space for solar generation. So utilize those space and help the corpse grow better, and also in the rural area you can go off-grid. So with all of that, this should basically have a comprehensive overview about the agrivoltaic system.
So Quentin, I mean, we obviously are getting smarter and smarter as we apply these various different solutions. Where else do you think, I mean, looking at the kingdom, what's the next steps, like the right locations, replacement issues? I think we talked about solar replacing diesel, and where do you think the most sustainable and reliable applications are for renewables in the tangible foreseeable future?
May I take a first step back, and I think we addressed it already, like the elephant in the room in Saudi is energy efficiency, but energy/resources efficiency does. No matter how we are actually using energy on a per capita basis, like in megawatt hours, is 3 or 4 times higher than what we have in Germany. Water issue is exactly the same. We can continue add some capacities, that's for sure. Then we have to expand the grid, and then we need more people to take care of it. But we can also take a look at how to create those negawatts, like we call them in Europe mainly, to use existing resources more efficiently. And this is also actually happening. Like all the fundamentals have been laid already years ago with the Saudi Energy Efficiency Center, Saudi Energy Efficiency Program. Tarshid, the Super ESCO, is also like operational, and it spreads the different refurbishment programs among governmental institutions. And slowly, and academia is proving it in its texts, there is a slight plateauing in terms of energy consumption per capita in Saudi Arabia, which was not foreseen in the past, as we had 5% increase on a CGR basis per capita, which is madness. It is just too much from a per capita consumption. And this might again be fed in the future, as we've seen 2018 onwards. This energy prices, energy means water in Saudi Arabia, increased, but subsidies were decreased. That's depending on how you look at it. And this we could also have in order to reduce the delta between the price we pay in Saudi for energy and the actual production costs, because there is still a very large delta. And I link this element, because it will come at a certain point, to just raising awareness towards the actual costs of energy. Because we will have further technologies being developed in Saudi. We addressed mainly PV, because all the projects are mainly PV, then wind. Some colleagues are speaking geothermal, as we have underground volcanoes from Neom up to the Yemeni coasts. Yeah. We know that there are some drillings ongoing, just testing. That might also become a reality to provide, next to the nuclear from Anwar, also baseload with geothermal facilities. But we could imagine more also in the kingdom in that respect. Yeah. We do mainly onshore wind. Offshore, I'm not certain if we are doing a service in that respect, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you need it, to be honest, no. At the cost base and where you have your resources. I mean, that's actually a benefit, right? I mean, if you have a vast amount of land and you have the wind resources available, that's the better solution. You go offshore in the UK or Northern Europe, because that's where you find the wind where there's no people. So I think that's probably working in Saudi Arabia's advantage.
Also regarding the wind speeds as well. The best
exactly,
wind speeds.
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence that we have this combination of solar and wind exactly at
in the
because
night.
the compatibility is the
Exactly.
best.
Yeah.
But normally in the coming 1 or 2 years, we will have those new stations, the 1,200 stations that will be installed all around the kingdom, providing us with raw data in terms of wind speeds and solar irradiance. That will be of a strong also asset in the future, to be more precise when deciding upon some solar and wind projects.
Perfect, yeah, absolutely. Dr. Sarah, on energy mix, is there something that, like I mean, all the things that we touched on, because is that something that you think is critically important, and in academia, especially at university, are you looking at the mix and how all that should play out in the future?
Yes, as I said before, we have some program related to, for example, hydrogen production, and educate students and have some. We actually send them, especially the final year, from who study chemistry, for example, or physics. We send them to industry to have practice. And we have some collaborations between Princess Noura and government entities and private entities to have some practices and some programs, some short program, for example, 6 months or so, just to improve them and to have experience before to go to their work after they graduate.
Yeah, perfect. And before we open, like for some questions, a quick question for you. I mean, from a, let's say, French perspective, and you don't have to speak for France, but from a personal point of view, coming from France and knowing what's happening there, how would you assess this development? Is it impressive?
I think, yes, sure. Here in the kingdom, we are impressed by the development of renewable energies. Like I said, Hussein, 20 gigawatt by a year, it's really a huge challenge. They succeeded until now to do it, and I'm sure they will they will succeed to achieve the goal to obtain 15% of renewable energies. Hussein said people work all the day and night. I work, I have a lot of work with the Ministry of Energy, and I know they call me at 11 p.m. and midnight, and they work a lot. So they will succeed.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
quite a lot going on. We have a few minutes left. Any questions from the audience? Please don't be shy. We're breaking the ice, which is not difficult in Saudi Arabia because we don't have much of it.
Trying. Thank you very much for a very nice panel discussion. My question, I hope I did not miss the answer. One of the questions that you raised about, if I can call it, the feasibility of nuclear energy with the heat and the scarcity of water in Saudi Arabia. And
I think that was ignored. There might be a reason, or it was forgotten.
That's why I'm raising it
But
again.
why not? Heat and nuclear, or let's say the conditions in Saudi Arabia nuclear. If you don't want to answer, you do not have to.
I think you know. If I understood the question, it's the heat about the temperature.
Whether the geography in Saudi Arabia poses a particular challenge for nuclear.
You know, in the UAE they developed and they started 4 nuclear reactor, PWR reactor. It works. So I think we have. It's sure it's in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. The conditions are very different. Not very different, but different to Europe, especially the temperature of the water. It's higher than in Europe. The sand, it's really very difficult to manage, but we can do it, and yeah.
Can I just add one thing?
Just a quick one, yeah.
You know, Saudi is the largest country in terms of desalination of water. And we still have much more projects coming. And actually, one of the points we talked about earlier was we need to get to the point where we localize the electrolyzers because we are the largest consumer globally. So is it a challenge to supply the water to the nuclear facility if the government decided to proceed that? I don't think it's a challenge, especially with the future plans to construct, more desalination plants. There's also the geopolitical part of it, with what's happening in the region around the Saudi. But the Saudi had this vision to have a blend of nuclear, renewable, and hydrogen, along with sustainable production of oil and gas. So it's definitely in the vision, but this is up to the also leadership to decide, how to do this and when to do this.
Yeah, we had a question here in that row. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Philippe. Being an academic, I like to use to ask basic questions. Thank you very much for the diversity of the panel. I'm going to ask a question that we all, coming from the West, we ask whether in the winter or in the summer. Don't you think it's a bit cold now?
That's
okay.
Yeah.
And you know where I'm getting to. The most sustainable energy is the energy we don't use. So we're not going to talk about the fact that we need energy. It's going to be a mix of energy, the quantity of solar, nuclear, etc. It's got to be done, and it will change with the different phase of the transition. So that's not important. But we're talking about IA, we're talking about captors, we're talking about understanding our consumptions. It's not about reducing. It is cold right now. It is cold in the office sometimes. We leave lights burning for hours and hours just there. We have terawatts of savings, just for the sake of saving, just for a pure economical and maybe also an image and a reputational point of view. And in Europe, 2 years ago, someone turned off one of the main gas source, And in the winter, we all, in Europe, whether it was in the north, in the south, in the west, had to do something. And actually, it was so critical that all governments say, well, we ask people just to reduce the temperature inside the houses by 1 degree.
Yeah.
And in France, with our 70% nuclear power, we had to do something also. And you know what? We had a target, I think it was 10 to 15% reductions. We reached 20%. And it was fine.
Yeah. I think
And actually, there is a follow-up now.
Yeah. No, I think actually, to be honest, I think this is a statement, and it's absolutely fine because I don't think you would get much opposition from this panel because we had our own. I think it's good to have included a statement. I think Quentin talked about that briefly. Just a quick response, and then because I do want, I know it's 5:30, and we promised we'll finish at 5:30. And so we will, roughly.
Yeah.
And then I would invite actually everybody that is still here to talk to the panelists, talk to me if you want to, so we can continue. But I don't want to occupy the room with the conversations. But it's very well acknowledged. Again, no opposition. But Hussein, please,
just
with the last word
quick,
then,
a quick response.
by default.
Part of the vision, not only to have the energy transmission mix, but also one of the key elements is to have energy efficiency. And the government has established two main companies. One is Tershid, the other one is Kafa'a. And also, not only that, but nowadays, if you want to buy a car, if you want to buy an AC, you'd see these labels that tells you the energy consumption. This was not there in the past. So there has been a lot been done in terms of policy and in terms of building the awareness of people. Is the room cold? I absolutely agree with you. My hands are frozen. And there's a lot of energy savings that can be done. And one last thing, there was a study that if you can reduce it to basically just increase your AC from 22 or from 19 to 24, you can have a savings up to 40% by just doing that. So I salute your point. I agree with you 100%. There's always room for improvement. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being with us. Please take us up on the offer to continue the discussion with the panelists if they have a few more minutes. And thank you so much to the panel. It's excellent. It was fun being here with you. And I learned a lot. I hope others did as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex.